Check, check. All right. Wait for the councilwoman. Good evening, everyone. Today is Wednesday, September 27th. The time is 6:08 p.m., and this meeting is called to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle. Councilmember Harris. Here. Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patil.
Here.
Councilmember Pointer.
Present.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Here.
Madam Clerk, adequate notice, please.
Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by an annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, Star Ledger, and Desi Talk on September 1st, 2022, and posted main lobby municipal complex on the same date.
Thank you. Item 4, review of the minutes. A, work session meeting, August 21st, and B, regular meeting, August 23rd. Any comments, questions, or concerns?
Abstaining from August 21st.
Noted for when we come to the vote. Thank you. Any other comments?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman
Last
Patil.
time I did request to put the council recording link to each meeting, because when I looked at the meeting, it says Councilman Patil said this, and I don't think people will be really able to connect what that meeting minutes means.
I thought the link, if I recall, the
Right after
format.
adequate notice, I put in, you can view this meeting on the following link, and I inserted the link.
Okay, then perfect. Then it's my bad. I did not see the link specifically there.
Yeah, that's where I put it, right after
Perfect.
adequate notice.
Okay. Because I was not, when I was trying to read the meeting minutes, I couldn't connect, whether things were captured correctly.
If I could recommend maybe going forward, having that just at the top then.
Thank you.
At the top before the meeting, you want it?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay.
All right, thank you. 5, report from all council committees. I'll start to my right. Councilman Brusher.
We had I'd like to, for the environmental committee, can I submit their report so that we have a copy of it for the record?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, because they sent me the report. There's not much that I can actually read from it, but I'd like the document included, as just part of our minutes.
Yeah, I have no objection to that. I think that's just great.
Okay. Beyond that, there's 2 issues, I guess, that I'm part of the committees. One was the Amazon noise ordinance, of which they're still looking for documents on our environmental study initially. So once we get that, then we could have another meeting and reconvene and see what we can kind of strategize for that. The other one was for our public advocate, of which our legal firm is reviewing, and they're going to make some recommendations to us. I think the person working on it might be away on vacation this week, so we don't have it this week. Hopefully we'll have it by next. And that would be it, Council President.
Thank you, sir. Council Vice President Harris.
Nothing at this time. We have the Arts Committee is going to be, Cultural Arts Committee's meeting next Tuesday, October 3rd, and the Library Committee is meeting on the 10th. So a report after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Patel.
For open space, the Grow Out bike path should be worked upon tomorrow by 8 a.m. And the next meeting for open space should be the Thursday, the first of the month, Thursday of the month. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Patil.
None at this time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Shipp Freeman.
None at this time.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and none for myself at this moment. Points of light. Anyone with any points of light?
Yes, Council President.
Yes, Council Vice President Harris.
There will be a ribbon cutting at the gallery downstairs in the lobby for the gallery. And that will be Monday at 4:30 PM. I hope that many of you can join us for that occasion. And so the current exhibit, they've done a wonderful job, and I want to thank on behalf of the committee, I want to thank Ray Porio and DPW for having done a great job in setting that up. And I want to thank especially Lois Tarr and Diana Jaffe for all the work they've done to get this set up very well. So Monday, October 2nd, 4:30 PM, ribbon cutting, and hope you can be there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, just for clarification, is it the second at 7 or
Second at 4:30.
second at 4:30?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other points of light? Yes, Councilwoman Shipp Freeman.
Tomorrow evening, we will host our first jazz festival at Papiani Park. And so far, so good. The weather looks like it's going to be a nice 70 degrees. So it should be a very nice event. And we also have a food truck, and we have a little bit of spirits, which would be beer and wine. So that if you came out that evening, you would definitely enjoy yourself. Jazz is soothing, and it's great for the cell, and it de-stresses you. So think about coming out tomorrow night to Edison to our first jazz festival. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other points of light?
Council President, I just want to wish you a very happy marriage anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Marriage anniversary.
And for myself, as Councilwoman Shipp Freeman had mentioned, tomorrow is the Jazz Festival. On October 7th, the Edison Police Department is hosting a Wheels for Paws event. October 14th, there is a Halloween dance for individuals with disabilities at the Minnie B. Veal Community Center. And on October 28th, we have the trunk or treat here at Lake Papiani. Any other points of light? Seeing none. Review of the agenda. 7, from the Business Administrator. A, resolution authorizing professional service agreement with Millennium Strategies for consulting services to obtain FEMA, ARPA, and other disaster recovery grants in seeking emergency appropriations, $50,000. B, resolution rejecting RFP 2322 website consultant. C, resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting for municipal website consultant. D, resolution awarding contract purchase order to She International Corporation for the migration of on-premise Microsoft Environmental to cloud-based Microsoft 365, $92,321. And E, resolution awarding contract purchase order for Microsoft licensing, $36,359. Any comments, questions, or concerns?
Council President,
Yes, Councilwoman Shipp Freeman.
the resolution rejecting website consultant resolution, what's happening with that, with the website consultants?
To our-
Are we rejecting it because we got like about $250,000 worth of media already?
I'll leave it to our business administrator to advise on. That's okay.
Sure. What we originally put out was a request for proposals with the thought if they came under the bid threshold of 44,000, but because the 2 quotes that we received came in well over the bid threshold, we now need to go out for competitive contracting. So it's the process of going out and getting new solicitations for website designers.
Okay, this is to design the whole website all over again that we have online that makes it easier for people to navigate?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and we don't have enough media people that we're paying already to do that? They can't do that?
Web design is a whole separate institution of knowledge
No, but-
and quite frankly, technique. So While our folks can certainly navigate on the back end when it comes to putting information, uploading documents, but the actual design work of the website, that is led to a professional.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Councilman Brusher?
Yes. A, for the FEMA grants, did we approve another firm for that this year? For applying for grants and FEMA, I believe we did. That's why I'm asking.
I thought Millennium was previous, but I'll leave it to our business
To
administrator.
my knowledge, it's only been Millennium. Millennium, two parts to this. So this resolution is for FEMA monies. They also do our grants. So, but this resolution specifically is addressing FEMA recovery monies, which they have been working on. This year, we've really been diligently working on recovering monies related to IDA.
Well, I get that, but so Millennium Strategies is doing the FEMA applications, right?
Correct.
Okay, then what is this for? And don't get me wrong, I actually think that this firm is better suited since it's compilation of you acquiring numbers for monies that were spent. And this firm seems like it's more of a, like a money numbers type of firm, where the other one is more like a grant application kind of thing.
It's not necessarily monies, it's the way in which you have to make the application. There's an art to the writing. There's addressing FEMA specifically. We work with FEMA representatives who, quite frankly, are very stringent on what's required. And so they work alongside Millennium Strategies to make sure that we're able to get as much funds as we can, because there's terms whether things may be improved or things may be restored back to its original condition. They're very knowledgeable when it comes to getting funds based on FEMA requirements.
And who put together all the things that we had to submit for FEMA with the past administration?
To my knowledge, it's been Millennium Strategies for quite some time, for years now.
Okay. Our chief of fire is not here, is he?
Our chief of fire, yes, he is here, and who also has a dual title of OEM coordinator. So he is pretty intimate in terms of what's been asked.
Okay, so because I know that he was working on it, but it has been Millennial Strategies that did this for the past administration?
Okay. I think after Sandy, I think the last administration found Millennium, and their forte is for FEMA recovery. We did it in the past without them, and it's a tremendous amount of work. DPW can attest to that. Every department, the paper roll, the spreadsheets, we try to get the fringe benefits back. So we're trying to, the company knows, like Sonia said, the ways about to get the most amount of money back for the township. So I think it's well worth it. We all work together. They compile the list and submit it to FEMA. We have numerous Zoom calls or in-person calls. And there's a lady by the name of Sue Scavone. She's like the director, the orchestra of it. She goes through each department. We get all the paperwork. But before a storm, I don't want to mislead you, we do have meetings ahead so that each director knows what they have to make it a lot easier. And it's gotten better since Sandy. So we've been working with them for a while.
Thank you, Chief.
And,
Thank you, Council President.
And I apologize for interrupting. I did just pull up a couple of resolutions. 248 from 2020, Millennium Strategies for FEMA grants. 2021 was R409. Last year was R50. So it does seem that they've been handling our FEMA.
Consistently handling it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Oh, I just want to ask you about E, the resolution awarding contract purchase for Dell Marketing and the Microsoft licensing. We just do that every quarter to keep us up to date with the Microsoft information?
I believe this is part of the migration to the cloud-based system. I'm not sure if our business.
Correct. This is actually a new purchase, Councilwoman. And conjunction with the previous resolution that's listed on here from Microsoft 365. So we're trying to bring everything to the cloud. We're trying to keep everything safe and secured. So that second resolution is for the licensing, which would happen yearly.
Yeah, yeah, oh, okay, yeah, because I have that at home, the same 365 license, and I guess they have everybody connected. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Yes, Councilman Patel?
Just for my knowledge, how much did we recover from FEMA using Millennium last year?
I'll speak specifically to Ida, about $1 million.
And I just want to say I'm really happy that we're moving forward with the website consultant. I'm looking forward to some good UI that's very easy to navigate and more useful in connecting the residents to the town. And I'm really excited also for the migration to the cloud. We need the security upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
We're not getting it.
Seeing none. 8, from the Department of Finance. A, reported disbursements through September 20th. B, resolution authorizing refund in the amount of $1,224,233 for redemption of tax sale certificates. C, resolution authorizing refund for water overpayments, $13,520. D, resolution authorizing overpayment refund caused by a successful tax court appeal. E, authorizing cancellation and refund of taxes for exempted disabled veteran. F, resolution requesting approval of items of revenue of appropriation. G, resolution requesting approval of items of revenue of appropriation in the amount of $95,000, and the previous one was for $15,817. H, resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriation in the amount of $15,013. Any comment? Oh, and I, bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by the Township of Edison, appropriating $20,450,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $19,470,250 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Yes, Councilman Brusher?
A few questions. As far as the refund for the $1.2 million, for redemption of tax sale certificates, this is when we're paying that, this is when the town's kind of getting paid back, correct?
No, it's just the opposite. When we go for a tax sale, people who bid on the tax liens offer a premium. And so in this case, we're refunding the premium to the lien holder. The tax lien is being redeemed.
Okay, so it's being paid off.
Correct.
Okay. For E, I noticed that, you know, that we were given the statute for the disabled veteran. If you're a disabled veteran, right, you don't pay taxes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I noticed that there was something in there that said you can only go back 2 years or something of that nature.
Yes, unfortunately, when they file the application, we can only go back 2 years.
Do we as a township put that out to anybody so that our veterans that have been disabled don't have to pay and know that they don't have to pay those taxes?
The information is on our website, but we're not proactively marketing to any of the veterans organizations. The vast majority of them are fully aware and keenly aware, because this is state law, it's not Edison regulation or law.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, there's nothing we can do, right? They got the maximum allowed by our law, whether it's right or not, I can see. And I'll go to I. You know, I guess we have these $20 million in bond. I made a request that maybe these should be broken out separately because there's certain issues, right? You know, my take on stuff here in the township is council people can't get information on the animal shelter, which I heard animals are dying. And I hear that the concern is that it's becoming a kill shelter. I also have the issues where we were trying to get rid of the crossing guards because we couldn't find 10 crossing guards, so we were going to outsource it. And yet in this bond, I see this, we want to open up a Wi-Fi company. You know, like if
Can I
you,
just offer a point of clarification? There was an amendment made to the ordinance that line item was actually removed. Yeah, and replaced with,
oh, very good.
I don't have it in front of me. It's in regards to park improvements, for lack of better terms, without having it directly in
Park
front of me.
all right, I'm gonna have to take a look at that.
Yeah, I thought it was sent out yesterday, but I'll pull up the revision for you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is when something comes, kind of like when I get something from legal, they highlight it and they tell us, you know, these are the amended and these are the changes. What I don't get is, so I get an updated agenda, but nobody designates what changed on there. You know what I mean? So, all right, I'll take a look at that.
I apologize. The
Whole ordinance there.
the amount is equivalent, but if you look at the ordinance itself, one of the primary changes is because of the down payment. We didn't have to, with the municipal broadband, because there was state aid associated with that, there wasn't a requirement for the down payment, but with the swap out, there would have to be an additional down payment because it's a different item.
Okay, that would be it then, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Council
Yes,
President,
Councilwoman Freeman.
is this an attempt to bring back some bond information and stuff that didn't pass at the last meeting to bring harm to the taxpayers because of the extra amount of taxes that they will be stretched in paying over the 9 to 10 years? So whoever would be sitting in the seat would have their hand tied and whatever. So I just want to know if this is another way of we're trying to juice the people of Edison out of an extra $20 million for different things that might be in here. And to me, I think you keep digging up 50 holes along the way. I don't see anything finished. Maybe one thing or whatever, but how many times you gonna dig up something all over the place and these poor unsuspecting people get caught up in the bling bling and they don't understand what's gonna happen to them. And I'm only speaking this way because I'm a senior citizen. And a lot of senior citizens would like to ride it out and be in Edison. And that's why, you know, I have problems with stuff. I think people try to hide money and tuck money in other places so that people don't get the full understanding of what is actually being really spent. And, you know, it really disturbs me, some of the stuff that we do to the people that are unsuspecting of the things that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll respectfully disagree in the sense that 15 million allocated 2018, 15 million allocated 2019, 15 million allocated 2020, 15 million allocated 2021, 15 million allocated 2022, 13.15 in 2017, 15 million in 2016, 11.5 in 2015, 11.94 in 2014. This isn't a new practice. This is something that has been standardized pretty much for the past decade that the township has done. One of the items that I actually appreciate in regards to how the ordinance is broken out is that there are multiple line items that go into detail. You might want more specifics as to it, but it at least breaks out into more different like line items that show where the money will go under. It's not just a umbrella ordinance. It'll have more of the line items in there.
Council President, I know, and I respectfully disagree with you with the time of inflation, the amount of money now that's spent double the amount that would normally be amount. So we have to be mindful of the stuff that we spend. And I always tell people, it's like, you know, I mean, my kid was in college. She didn't even know that to come back on it, you had to pay maybe 3 to 4 years later. But the amount of interest was like 24%. I was like, yo, like, let's be careful with the amount of interest on it because at this particular time, we don't know what direction that we're going in, we don't know who will be the next mayor, their hands might be tied. We don't even know who will be the next governor. And I know that you said it's been past practice, but during past practice, before, we took and consolidated the bonds when they were at a low price, and somebody can attest to that. And what we did was made sure that all this stuff was taken care of before we handed it over to the next administration. We lowered everything, took care of the costs, and did all that. So maybe it's past practice for us. We should tie it up with a neat bow and not spend like 4%, 5%, spend all this money. Because, it's not the point of the amount of years, like you told me, that has been past practice. Past practice in America right now and all over the world, inflation is going bananas, all right? So I'm not gonna try and play games with people. I'm not gonna try and make them think that inflation is not real, all right, at this particular time. And if you know me, I don't rah-rah any side of the coin. I just state what's in front of me right now. And that's why a lot of people are very, very nervous right now, because they don't know what next year is going to bring. They don't know what'll happen. And we got ramped up COVID right now. We got a lot of issues going on right now. So I just think that we need to be more fiscally responsible at all, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. If I can just ask Mr. DeRoberts a question. Our credit rating has recently improved over the recent couple of years, correct?
It hasn't increased, but it's been stable, which in face of numerous downgrades around the country is tantamount to being improved and increased.
If I
So
miss,
we're still AA1, AA+.
Is that something that would affect the interest rate of bonds?
It could. They do look at the burden of debt service, but the way we've been managing it over the year, and the councilwoman did point to the fact that we did a major permanent financing at the end of 2021, and we luckily captured a fairly low interest rate. But, what we do now, like with this ordinance, when we go to borrow money, we will use short-term money. Short-term money costs less than long-term money. So we would be selling notes in the 3 to 4% range instead of in the 5 to 6% range for bonds if we were to sell them today.
Thank you. And I give credit to the council prior to getting on here for that
Thank you.
debt restructuring, because that
Thank
does
you.
allow for the opportunity in this instance to actually go out at lower rates potentially. So thank you. Councilman Brescher, you had.
Yes, I just, I have a question for the attorney. If we approve a bond for, let's say, $20 million, and as council president pointed out, it's very detailed, or kind of detailed. Can the administration take that money and reappropriate that for other items?
No,
No.
cannot, no.
And I actually asked Mr. DeRoberts this question a couple of days ago. I'm not sure if there's any more that can be elaborated on, but
Yes, with a multipurpose improvement ordinance, basically, if you think of it, Councilman, that all those amounts listed by category or line items like in a budget, we cannot just arbitrarily spend one line versus another for a different purpose. It would require coming back to council to amend the ordinance in order to move money around.
Okay.
And if I could also add to that answer, this is merely just allowing for the borrowing of the money. Any expenditure of the money will still have to come back to this body.
No, I get that. I guess I have a question. We financed a splash park and additional monies that we didn't have for the community center, the Jets Community Center thing. And we appropriated it, and we had a bunch of line items. Were any of those line items bond items?
So with those And that's a good point. We did go back and use up some of the old money, but they were for stated specific purposes. For example, for park improvements, recreation improvements.
Right.
We would not have been able to fund the splash park by taking money for fire apparatus or police equipment or DPW equipment.
Right, and I don't know if Council President or anybody remembers that meeting. I believe I asked for a list of where that money came from and what wasn't being done in those existing bonds. I asked that of the business administrator, and I was supposed to have gotten that. To date, just for the record, I'd like to go on the record as saying that I have not received it. Okay, and this goes back to, and of course everybody's heard this, Polanski Park, after our astronaut that graduated from one of our high schools, that I was told by our commissioner, Ron Rios, that we were going to do that park. Myself, with my colleagues from the past administration, we approved it. It was a line item inside the bond, just like Council President is talking about. And I can't get an answer as to why we're doing it, yet they took money from the bonds and they refused to give me the backup documentations on it. And that's what I want the public to know, is that what I feel is that we have virtually no transparency. But I'll save that for my comment period. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 9, from the Department of Health. A, resolution authorizing Township of Edison to submit a grant application and execute a grant contract with New Jersey State Library for Community Center Digital Connect Project Grants Program fiscal year 2024. B, resolution authorizing the Township of Edison to submit a grant application and execute a grant contract with New Jersey Transit for 5310 Grants Program fiscal year 2022 and 2023. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none. 10, from the Department of Law. A, ordinance adds a residential parking zone to a section of Central Avenue. B, ordinance amending Chapter 7, Traffic, Subchapter 33, speed limits to set the speed limit of Grove Avenue between Monroe Avenue and Marlin Avenue West at 25 miles per hour. Any comments, questions, or concerns?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Brusher.
Yes. As a resident of Grove Avenue, okay, in the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit area, my question is, why wouldn't we make all of Grove Avenue 25 miles an hour? And I do understand this area here, right? This is where our old Councilman Deal lived. So I get that they would want that little slower there. I like it slower by me. But just so everybody's aware, when it says 25 miles an hour, probably the slowest anyone goes is 35 or 40. So for the rest of Grove, it might be beneficial for us to make it 25, just so it's not like a super highway. Because right now, what I'm looking at here is a speed trap, right? Where I'm doing 35 down Grove, and then I miss one sign that says slow down to 25, and then it goes back up to 35. And then I get down by Grove by the high school, and it's down to 25 again. It just has a bad taste to it. Would anybody be opposed to, making Grove a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit instead of setting it up like a speed trap type of thing?
Council President, if you don't mind,
Yes.
I can answer.
Councilman Patil.
Again, this is something after great deal of study by the traffic department, and thank you, administration, for putting this. I spoke about this topic not once, probably a dozen times on this dais. The reason specifically this section, I kind of recommended, again, I'm not the expert of the traffic study, is when you're coming from Metuchen going towards Oak Tree Road, speed is all 25 all along. As soon as you leave the James Avenue signal, it becomes 35. And again, there is a patch 25 because it's around the school zone, and then again becomes 35. And if you look at those intersections, they are not exactly cross. They are kind of wiggly. People cannot take left turn or right turn. It's a nightmare, to cross from one street to another street. The proposal was, at least if someone coming from Metuchen going towards Oak Tree Road, to the greatest extent until they hit Oak Tree Road will be 25 miles an hour. As soon as they leave Oak Tree Road going towards Metuchen, way before the school zone starts, they slow down all the way going to the Metuchen. And the reason I proposed this was quite a few people were getting a traffic ticket as soon as they enter in Metuchen because they were get used to 35 miles an hour. Or while coming from Metuchen, they were slowing down or they were speeding up. So that was a mismatch. And I hear, Councilman, your concern. Again, I'm not a traffic expert. If at all the extension need to happen as a part of the similar resolution or similar ordinance from the street that is proposed all the way to maybe New Dover, I'll be happy to support that. But at least I don't want to stop this because people are waiting for long enough. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Yes,
Council
Councilwoman
President.
Yes, Councilwoman Schiffern.
About the Grove Avenue. It's 25 when you hit Metuchen anyway. You have to drive 25 miles an hour when you're doing the Metuchen section of Grove Avenue. And where I start from the top where it's Eggers Road and it turns into Grove Avenue. So that's why I understand why we're piecemealing it, because it's already, as soon as you hit Metuchen, it says 25 miles an hour. You go right past Metuchen High School, and all of that is 25 miles an hour. So I don't know why we're piecemealing this. I don't know why we just don't do the whole Grove Avenue as 25 miles per hour. Starting from Metuchen all the way down.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if our engineering might be able to advise on.
This came directly from the traffic division, as Councilman Patil mentioned, and this was the recommendation. They did look at the entire Grove Ave, and this was the recommendation from the traffic division. So I have the deputy chief here. You can certainly elaborate on exactly what the traffic division looked at.
Yes, if that's okay.
I want to know, it starts in Metuchen.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. So I think the purpose of this particular ordinance is to look at primarily the intersection of Calvert and Grove. Now, we do get a lot of accidents there. I live not too far from there. I'm very familiar with that intersection, as I'm sure many of you are. The fact that it's an offset also creates even that much more hazard, if you will, to that particular intersection. So we're looking at that to try and slow traffic in that neighborhood and hopefully cut down any accidents, specifically in that area. We are also looking at a state grant to possibly get a traffic signal at that particular intersection. We're in the preliminary phases on that, but that is something we're looking at as well.
Thank you.
I just want to know why we can't have 25 from Metuchen. Why can't it be all the way down? Because the school is in the next block, the library is in the next block. I mean, every step of the way, there is a school or a library located near that.
I'm not saying you can't. As a council, of course, you certainly expand upon the ordinance. But right now the recommendation was for that stretch only. Okay. Doesn't mean it couldn't be looked at for possibly expanding that distance.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember.
Yes, I know that's a dangerous intersection. It has been for a long time. I'll say that it's been dangerous since they put the lights on Oak Tree Road, and Calvert became like the next cut through. Every time we add a light, what we do is we move the traffic to a new location. The traffic department should probably look at something there to make it so that you can't do that little offset. Like a sign on Calvert that says no left and right onto Calvert. They should go down to the next block if they want to do a turn, to kind of get around. Some of the dangerous intersections we have, pulling out of Dunkin' Donuts, I have an issue. But a lot of times, as opposed to try and fight the traffic, I make a right, I go down Grove, and I come back around, just because it's safety for myself and for the rest of the residents. But yeah, I'm just saying that I know that intersection well. I don't want to hold anything up because doing something is better than doing nothing. So I agree with my council colleague on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can request the administration to possibly look into those 2 additional avenues in regards to the cut-through aspect and possibly Grove in its entirety. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Any other comments, questions, or concerns?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Patel?
I would be in favor of extending the 25 all the way through. It just makes sense to have one speed limit and not go back and forth, back and forth.
Thank you. 11, from the Department of Planning and Engineering. A, resolution provides refund to DAJJ Construction Corporation. And we are adding resolution B, resolution authorizing change order number 2 to the contract with Paterno Giordano Construction for Papiani Park synthetic turf field improvements. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Councilman Brescher?
Yes. I'm looking at these change orders, and does anybody here recall how much we paid for the engineering fees? And when we did do engineering fees, there was something in it that said geo something, right?
Geotech?
Probably geotechnical, but that was in the original engineering aspect of it. Because with like a lot of these change orders, what I see is this is like a, you know, we didn't know, number one, right? But if you had this like geotechnical survey, you know, technically you should know. Can we get a copy of the geo survey that they did before? And then can they give us information on this change order as to, you know, what was recommended, the tonnage, the square footage, so that we know that it was legitimately just by happenstance missed. Now, for another question, this is to the attorney. I noticed here that this body is charged with approving funding. Okay, that's really our job, and we create some laws, but that's really it. The administration, or the engineering firm, anyway, approved moving ahead with change orders without this body's approval. So me sitting up here now, right, I actually feel like I have a gun to my head with this. They told the contractor to go ahead doing the work. They did not get the approval by this body to authorize the funds. And now they want to come back and ask for almost $500,000 in additional funding. Now, to me, this, when I worked in the construction field, a lot of this was called a CE. And we would go after the professional's insurance, okay? And their insurance company would pay for the change orders. In fact, on the school board when I was there, we had a list of change orders that totaled about $250,000. And the Bush Law Group went after the architect and the GC with that. So, and the outcome of it saved Edison 33% on the total change order. So 33% of almost $500,000. Shoot, might be able to get a basketball for the kids at Polanski Park. But how do they authorize it with when they don't have the authority to authorize it, is my question.
I would say that I think the first thing critical to the analysis is the question is whether it was foreseen at all. I think that's the question. I think you have to feel comfortable as a council that these particular change orders are valid because of certain circumstances.
No, sir, that's not the question. I'm not asking. The validity of it is correct. We should look into that. I agree with you 100%.
Yes.
My question is, how can an engineer or the administration or anybody authorize $500,000 in change orders without this body's approval?
No, I think that it cannot be authorized without this body's approval. It is a requirement. That's why we are here, is that it is required that in order to approve this change order at this expense, this body must vote.
Okay, but the work was done, so it was approved. It says, we approved it. So my question again is, how does to me, it seems like this body was just circumvented, right? I understand that the administration does not want to give this body information when it comes to information we ask for. I get it, right? There's no transparency with this administration. I get that. But they're taking now this body's authority, and for it to go unchecked is wrong. And you, as being our attorney, somehow you should stop this. Like, you're here to protect us.
Can I offer?
I think the council president wanted to speak, but
Potential.
I'm happy to respond. Yeah.
This is just my understanding, because I had the same thought process with the change order with the bleachers. When I read the bid specs on it, it said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the engineer has the ability to sign off on change orders. So some of the work that is there is mostly labor-based and material that would already be on site. And my understanding is that because this involves certain new materials, primarily that geotechnical underlayment, that second part is why it's before us here now, because we would have to authorize that aspect.
You know, Council President, I'll disagree with you wholeheartedly. They should have came to us. That, you're correct. They should have came to us before they did the work. That's what every town in the state of New Jersey does. They have to get approval by their Board of Education. They got to get approval by their council. Over here, my problem here is that this work was done. So I don't know what our attorney needs to do, but if it doesn't even matter whether we vote on financial issues or not, we should just disband this body because we have absolutely no authority. So I would ask that we pull this until this could be investigated, and our legal team could tell us, you know, how this will never happen again, because this, to me, looks like this is in violation of the laws that are set up in New Jersey. I'd like to propose a motion to pull this from the agenda.
Considering this is still in the work session aspect, my understanding, I'm just asking for a procedural aspect, that motion would happen at the regular session to pull from the agenda.
You can do it actually two ways. You have the ability. You are in a work session now, so if it is the will of this body that this be pulled now, you can do that, or you can do it at the regular voting session. You have the right to do it in either one of these meetings.
If it's okay, can I ask our engineering department to possibly advise on what some of this change order includes? Either or. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rob Russo from CME Associates.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the majority of this change order pertains to mitigating the unsuitable soil that we found on the site, and that work has not been performed yet. Just to clarify, some of that work was performed on Friday by the contractor at his own risk because of the impending tropical storm that was coming. He wanted to get part of that outfield covered, but he did that at his own risk. The remaining portion of that work has not been performed yet.
Okay. But you did perform some of the work, and you did authorize people to proceed.
We did not authorize him on Friday. He took that upon himself to cover the exposed soil in right field prior to the tropical storm that was coming. He thought it would make matters much worse, and he wanted to proceed with didn't want to delay the project anymore, so he covered that area per our geotechnical engineer's specifications.
And which parts of this weren't done? Or so, as long as I have you, the first one, the $6,200 for additional structural stability to change it to 1.5 inches, 1.5-inch stone. Is that stone on site?
No, if you read through some of these smaller items where we say in here that we were going to absorb those items in our original contract amount. So we have additional quantities in our contracts just in case there's changes like this to absorb minor items to keep the contract moving.
Yes, you would normally have a budget, right? And the administration would have some additional money that they could pay for certain unforeseen things. And then these are additional items above and beyond that.
Well, like I said, some of these smaller items that were performed already, we were absorbing in the original contract amount because we had some items that.
If you were absorbing it, then why is it on my agenda? And let me just tell you where I go with it, right? It's pretty simple. Let's say that you said that you wanted an allowance of $200,000 for stone, right? And you know that you only used $100,000 of stone. So you have $100,000, and I understand that, right? That makes a lot of sense. But then you wouldn't have put $6,200 on here to change this stone, because you would have used the money that you had.
In reviewing with the contractor, and we had a meeting this morning with the Public Works Director, we decided to add these items on the change order.
Can we get an accounting of the money that you feel you have left in this project, too? With the geotechnical things, can we get this also? Because I think we should be entitled to know where you stand on this, because to me, this looks like this is in violation of New Jersey law. Okay, and if you want to say that a big portion of it is not, if $1 is, my point is, you are wrong for doing that. That's my point, right? I don't want to sit up here and debate whether it's 50% or 20% or 10%. You don't have the authority to approve it. So can I get a list of
I don't
what
have a
money?
list here, but I can get you a list.
Right,
Council- Council President, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the breakdown of the cost is in the change order form that's attached to the documents. So that tells you exactly what was budgeted and what's been added on
for the
to.
entire job.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna look at that, and we'll see if it's there. If not, next meeting, I'm gonna say that I was misled, but I'm gonna take a look at what I got and what I can open. It doesn't change the fact that nothing should have been approved, and things were approved.
I'm just looking at the bid spec under the definition of work. Work shall mean the furnishing of all labor, materials, equipment, and other incidentals necessary or convenient to the successful completion of the project and the carrying out of all duties and obligations imposed by the contract, including all alterations, amendments, or extensions thereto made by change order or other written orders of the engineer. And then when you look at the engineer,
But what I'm saying, Council President, and my attorney will back me up on this, that there is a fake law. Because New Jersey law says that we have to approve the funding. I don't care if their original proposal or the administration's proposal says that they have authorization to approve change orders. They do. After we approve it, they can give the recommendation, but they don't have the authority to circumvent this council.
Councilman Brescher is correct. Basically, the engineering, it's two separate functions. The engineering has the right to say as a change order that it's required and necessary, but for the funds to be expended, this body as a council must make that determination. I think that answers, to answer your question, yeah.
Yes, and that's inherently a big part of this problem. So we get dumped $500,000, right? What time was it sent to us, Sonia? You're pretty good at sending us stuff at, 5:45. Does anybody have it on our
can we
email?
avoid the personal attacks? I understand, but
No, I know, because I'll tell you why, Council President. It's not a personal attack when I get the stuff at 4:45. That's a fact. It's not a personal attack. It's a fact. And I can go through and show numerous times that I get stuff 15 minutes before the meeting, and it's like, oh, well, we gave it to you. So that's not what we have here. Okay, this was dumped on us. It wasn't dumped on us a couple days ago. When did we get it? Here, I'll look it up myself since no one else can find it. Let's see. Yeah, you can ask a question. I'll find it.
yes, Councilman Court.
Just a short question. I understand your
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock it was sent to us. $500,000 in change orders. And we're putting it on the agenda. That would be it, Council President. I proposed a motion to table this.
I just request the motion be made at the regular work session from a procedural standpoint.
The attorney said we could do it now. I proposed it, so it doesn't matter.
It can be done if the body decides, if there's you can vote to remove it now.
If it's within the councilman's right, then.
Yes, you just would need a second.
Second.
Roll call, any comments? or-
No, you could just go to a vote. Yeah, you certainly, yeah.
All right, so the motion on the,
Can we have some questions if I have?
So that's up to the council, certainly the council.
Council President, just, right now, we're just voting to keep it on the agenda or not,
Correct, that's
Well,
it.
but we'd be,
No,
if it, okay.
just for clarification, the motion would be to pull it from the agenda. So voting yes would be to remove it from the agenda, voting no would be to keep it on the agenda.
That's
Yeah,
absolutely
we
correct.
do have to
Yes.
clarify that.
Yeah.
We've been there before.
This is a vote to remove,
We're
correct?
voting yes.
I'll be voting yes.
Considering that there are some open-ended questions that may affect the decision of that, Councilman McCoyle, if you would like to ask your question first.
I just had a short question. I know that it sounds like your contractor had some implied consent to do some work due to the storm coming. If for some reason this body decides not to move forward, that cost is on your contractor, not on us, right?
That would be correct.
So it'd be his loss that what he decided to do for the better welfare of the people and of the storm that he anticipated being worse on the project, that cost is not on us.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Patel?
And if we delay this, what are the consequences?
Right now, the contractor is at a standstill because the next step would be to install this geo grid and complete the stone on the field. So they'd be at a standstill until the next meeting. While we're, just to back up a little bit, but while we were trying to let the field dry out over a few weeks, the contractor was performing all the other work he had to do around the outskirts of the field, the curbing, the fencing, and really what's left is the interior of the field.
And if we leave it open, would that be a problem?
It's been a problem. Every rain we get, it gets worse. So we're really trying to get it covered. That's why he took it upon himself on Friday to cover that section in right field.
So he saved us money and time?
I think it would have been worse. He would have had to excavate more soil
Okay, and
and
just
put in more stone, yes.
and us delaying this is essentially costing him money and time, even though he's trying to help us out by saving the project essentially from going forward.
Yes, and it will delay the project further also.
Okay, so at this point, the question is whether or not do we want this project to complete successfully, or do we not want this to finish successfully based on this vote, yes or no?
I would recommend that the field be covered as soon as possible.
Okay.
Council President?
Thank you. Yes, Council
Yes.
Vice President Harris.
Just to be clear, are we talking about a safety issue here with the conditions as they are? If we weren't going through with this change order, are we talking about safety?
I would not call it a safety issue because the field is fenced with construction fence, so it's not accessible by the public.
So if it's not a safety issue, then what are we talking about? We're not talking about sinkholes or anything like that. What are we talking about in terms of the need for the change?
The need would be if we do not complete the field and it continues to rain, the soil is getting worse. It's a very organic clay material and it's absorbing the water and not draining. So at some point, a decision has to be made whether we complete the field with the geogrid or
Okay.
I don't think there's other options because I don't think the field will sustain itself for 10 years if it's constructed on the soil as is.
Council President.
Council President?
Just to make sure, any other comments?
No, not right now. Thank you.
He had just,
I
well,
wanted to ask him a question.
just because you had asked before, if I can
Just
go.
a quick, I think I was listening to Council Vice President Margaret Harris. What I think some of us were referring to is, what is the anticipated work improving to the community and the welfare benefit of the safety? If we don't do this and we move forward and just cover it up, what are the pluses and minuses for safety of that field and the full purpose of the field and longevity of the turf and the soil?
The soil as it's now is not stable. It's not structurally sound. I don't believe when field turf, they come before they install the turf and they inspect the field. I don't believe they would pass that inspection. They also do a test after the turf goes down for safety. I don't believe that test would pass either.
And over the next 5 years, would be any liability of accretion and different drainage issues or sinkholes?
I think there'll be settlement and
Thank you.
sinkholes.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Schiff Freeman?
Yeah.
My apologies.
There'll be settlement anyway, probably anyway, but this is like the rainy season, so I'm just not understanding. You say it's not a safety issue? It's not a safety issue right now, but
It's not a safety issue leaving the field because it's contained in a construction fence. So the public doesn't have access to the field right now.
okay, so with it being the rainy season right now, you said you had to hold off because of the rain this weekend, right?
It's been raining since August, since they were started working on the baseball field. There's been excessive rain for the past month and a half.
I noticed that. I've been inside for the last time. But I just wanted to know, I wanted to know if it was tabled and went through the process the proper way, and then everybody was assured everything would go correctly, would that be a major problem 2 weeks from now?
Well, I think the problem is the project would be delayed 2 weeks, and I can't say for sure if this system would work in 2 weeks if we get more rain. If we don't have excessive rain the next 2 weeks, then we would just stop the project for 2 weeks and continue after your next meeting.
Okay, and you told the council member down at the end that it wouldn't be no extra cost to us. But I'm just trying to figure out, I'm still trying to,
That I don't know. I don't know if the contractor, they have to demobilize because there's no other work that they could do. I don't know if there would be a charge from them.
my only problem is that, why did they wait till the 11th hour to push stuff forward? You know, I'm good with a lot of stuff, but I just always want to know, why do people wait till the 11th hour and say this is in dire straits and we got to have this done this way? This was not known prior to today?
There is a reason for that. Our geotechnical engineer has been out in the field multiple times. The last times he was out was the middle of September. He did more testing, and he believed that the 2 layers of the geogrid would be the way to go to structurally stabilize the soil. The contractor ordered some geogrid so we could do a test. We didn't want to do this on the whole field without testing to make sure it would work. It took time for that material to come in, and then as we've been having, we had heavy rain. So he couldn't do the test. He had to wait a couple days. So the test wasn't performed until, I think it was mid to the end of last week.
Yeah, because I would like to know, you don't have to answer if you want to, but would you like somebody to give you something at 5 o'clock and tell you to answer it at 6, as extensive as this project is?
No, I understand, Councilwoman. I
You
understand.
know what I mean? That's how I'm feeling about it. Like, I don't have any problem whatsoever with projects and stuff that move along, but the fairness of stuff, and people say, well, this is disrespectful, that's disrespectful. I'm just thinking, I just like things, I'm from old school, and I just think things should be fair. And I think the amount of time is really what probably Councilman Brescher is talking about. He didn't have enough time to digest it, because if we come in here tonight at 6 o'clock and you give it to us at 5, we wolf down some dinner. We got about 6 or 7 or 8 minutes to, in driving, to look at a project at all. So I'm good, but I just like from this point on for people to give us enough time to digest the information, look forward to it, and, we smart enough to, take care of change orders and stuff, and we understand things happen. And, we understand that Mother Nature, you guys have no control over, because I've been very disappointed every weekend with all this rain. But thank you very much for your input. Thank you.
Can I just offer a quick comment? At the end of the day, I own the agenda as the council president. I understand the frustrations in regards to the 11th hour with the inclusion of this. I am in agreement with putting it on because of the possible structural integrity of the field being worsened with the delay of, even though normally it would be 2 weeks, I believe the next meeting is actually in 3 weeks. So I understand the frustrations in regards to the 11th hour, but I personally feel that because we're dealing with the foundation essentially of the field and the possible structural integrity of the field, that's why I was okay with putting it on tonight. I understand the frustrations, but
Council President?
yes, Councilman Brescher.
Yes. Because of some statements that are made, I have some additional questions. My colleague, my colleagues believe that by us leaving this, right, that this is going to get worse and worse and worse. my question to you is, you did a geological survey on this, so we knew what the soil was composed of, but I'm going to get that from the business administrator as requested. If it didn't rain, would we be in the same place?
I think if we had I mean, this is just my opinion. I'm not a geotechnical engineer. We had our geotechnical engineer who's an expert out there. I believe if it didn't rain in August and we were able to get the field covered, it would have been stable enough for the
Yes.
field tour.
Right, and I believe you're correct in that point.
But could I just
The point that I'm
sorry,
trying, the point that I'm trying to make here is that this condition was created not by this body, right? This condition was created by the contractor in digging at the time that we knew that we were in our rainy season, because we get rainy seasons. Everybody knows that, right? And it all happens within around the same period of time. So we moved ahead with excavating, and just think of it like this to the residents. During our rainy season, is that the time when you rip the roof off your house and get a new roof put on? Or do you do it like in July and August when it's the dry time? You know what I mean? So their due diligence to try and move ahead and get the job done is now costing this township an additional $500,000. But it's nothing that will be worse, because given it time to dry out, it would be acceptable, wouldn't it? Because I've been on sites where we had to allow the soil to dry out. So the $500,000 here is to save the contractor and the township, okay, 2 weeks worth of work. So we get the field done 2 weeks earlier. That's what we're paying for. Because it will dry out, and you can work with what's there. We don't need to go to this extent. This extent is because of all the rain that we're having. That's correct, right? That's changed.
I think
it.
at this point, with the organic matter absorbing this water, it's not drying out and it's not stable. And
So it'll
that's our
never-
opinion. That's the opinion of our geotechnical engineer, who believes that the fabric is the
So this is a
greatest required.
$500,000 geotechnical thing, and we don't have your geotech guy here that can answer these questions. This is the exact reason why I asked for it to be pulled. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, sir. Any other question?
Yeah,
Yes,
Council
Councilman
President, just
Fiscal?
want to ask, if we delay this approval by 2 weeks, what's the impact? Leaving the completion of the project on the side, what is the impact?
The impact is the soils could get worse if we have significant rainfall. And as I mentioned, I'm not sure, but the contractor has to demobilize because this is the only work he has left on the field. I don't know if there's a cost associated with that.
Have we checked the weather for next 2 weeks?
I believe this weekend is raining again, but
So even if we approve today, it is not something he can start working tomorrow, because this will be in effect. There will be some timeline to get this in effect, this resolution. So my question is,
he is ready to go.
Council President, if I may, I think part of this change order, there's material that would need to be ordered, and obviously there's a timing issue in terms of not the completion, to your point, but of material. So just to clarify that, and just to clarify the scope of events in which the administration was aware of what was actually happening. We were made aware, obviously, on Friday. There was a meeting that was held this morning. We received this late in the afternoon, so we got that to you, Council President, and of course, it's your prerogative to keep this on, but we've just been made aware, so it's nothing that we weren't transparent about.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, did you have any other?
again, I'm coming back to the basics, right? What I heard is there won't be any impact, but if there is a significant rainfall, the contractor will still not be able to do anything.
Well, I mean, I think I'm hearing your next meeting is in 3 weeks, so I think that would be a significant delay.
Okay, what's the cost impact we are looking?
For clarification, it is 2 weeks. I apologize. I thought September was one of those 5-week months.
2 weeks, right?
Yes.
So meeting will be in 2 weeks. If this body waits for 2 weeks to approve, what's the net impact? Is the financial impact to this township? Forget about the vendor. He took the risk, he delayed, it's on him. Hopefully his insurance covers. But what is the impact to the township?
Like I said, the contractor will have to demobilize, so I don't know if there'll be a cost involved from the contractor to demobilize and remobilize.
But that's a cost to the contractor, not to the township.
That's something that they can charge the township for.
Yeah, we would be responsible for that.
Well,
Could we just clarify one thing in terms of the bidding process and exactly what the 20% change order we're allowed to do, and then after in excess, what we need to do? I just like our finance to cover that portion, because there's some technical things that, considering not just the work, but also the process of getting this to you. And it may, at some point, it may cost more, is what we're trying to let you know, but if,
And my intent to ask this question is if that these answers satisfy my council correctly, there is a way to work through the process. If it needs to wait, it needs to wait, but if something can be worked out and we can approve, that's the
One of the concerns that we have, if you look at the change order, it's just a hair under 20%, which we're allowed to do, to change orders up to 20%. If it goes over 20%, then we're going to have to rebid the process, and then that's going to cause significant delay and other problems.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Brescher?
Yeah, all right. Can I just get a clarification? David said something about additional costs. You said there would be additional costs. But it's my understanding in the construction field, and you could tell me if I'm wrong, because this is what I've done for 30 years, right, is when things are nature, right, and the contractor needs to leave, you don't award them a remobilization fee. I've never heard of something like that. And I'll be honest with you, now that I heard that, and I don't have the geo study that we should have because we approved it, and this is all related to, and they don't have the geo guy here, and we're here authorizing funds. This whole thing doesn't smell right, that all of a sudden it just ends and it comes to my desk. Now, I understand that the administration is saying that they just got it on Friday.
Councilman, the borings are on here.
What's
It's
that?
Appendix A. The borings, the testing of the soil, it's on there, which is part of the geotech.
Sonia, listen, I get it. So between 5 o'clock, right, when I had to take a shower to come here, I'm supposed to take a shower and read this in the shower? I mean, this is out of order. This is crazy.
And Councilman, you have a motion pending. You do.
Okay, I'm just appalled that this body would move forward with a company that approved change orders without our authorization. My motion stands.
Motion. Okay.
So there's a motion on the floor to pull the resolution. So voting yes would mean to pull the resolution, voting no would mean to keep it on the agenda. All right. Madam Clerk, roll.
Repeat that again one more time, just for clarification. We've made this mistake before.
No, I just want, so yes. A yes vote on the motion would be to pull the resolution off of the table. A no vote would be to keep it on the agenda.
Thank you, Council President.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
No.
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Councilmember Patel.
No.
Councilmember Batile.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes, to be fair.
Council President Pointer.
No. So the resolution will remain on the agenda. In fairness, any other questions, comments, or concerns pertaining to Department of Planning and Engineering?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Patel?
I just want to get clarification. If this is a delay from the township side because we cannot make a decision whether or not to make this change order and the contractor is essentially held up, the contractor owes, I would think that in most contracts, if one party's holding up the decision to move forward or not with the project, the party that's holding up the project would be accruing the cost. So that would be us, right, if we delay this? Once and for all, because I didn't get a clear answer on that.
I do apologize. I was going over a procedural item.
So if we delay this, where would the cost be? Township or the contractor?
We don't
There's a
know.
potential claim from the contractor against the township.
Because we held it up, right?
Is there an argument to be made that it's based on weather? Yes, there could also be an argument made that it was based on the council's inability to vote on the contract in a timely manner.
Okay.
So there's arguments on both sides that, and ultimately that would have to be, there would be a claim made, and that was something that we'd have to work out at a later point. But does it create the potential for more cost? Absolutely.
Okay. And also, I agree that it's 2 weeks, but it's 2 weeks that he cannot order the material he needs to start. So, and then if that material comes in another 2 weeks or whatever, the rain, there's a possibility of rain there again and more delay, and this project not being successful in the time, in the budget allowed. I think in order for this to be a successful project, I think we may have to vote on this and get this done.
Council President.
Yes,
I just
Councilwoman
want to know that, I'm just looking at this, are we setting a precedent that you just throw us stuff at that time? Because I don't want other people to get the idea that you could just give us something at 5 o'clock and we just chew it up because we rah-rah people, we just go along, we go along just to get along. I just think it's that once you set a precedent that it's okay to do certain things, then the next person walks up and say, well, hey, y'all did that for that group. Why can't I present my information tonight? Why can't I do that? Okay, that's my reasoning for me, because I don't want to set a precedent that anybody can just throw something to me and then I jump, a few minutes later. Thank you.
Council President.
Can I just respond to that real quick? And this will be my last comment. I would hope that my actions, despite what has come about today with the adding on of this, as my duty as council president, I hope that my previous actions have shown that I try not to do so, and I do try to at least present as much information as I can. So, yes, Councilman Brescher.
Yes, I just wanted to go on the record, since my council colleague at the other end always talks about the potential litigation. Now, I want to say that I'm going to look at the geotechnical things. I'm going to ask a friend of mine that's a geotech guy to see whether this should have been picked up in the original design, okay? In which case, at that time, I'm going to ask this body to vote to look to go after their professional insurance, because they have insurance for that. Because I feel that what they did was that they held a gun to my colleagues' heads, and my colleagues are afraid to hold up the project for that. But that shouldn't stop us from trying to recoup these funds if it was missed in the design aspect. That would be it, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Council
other
Council President.
comment? Yes, Councilman Coyle.
First, Council President, I think each council member has made some good points. I think your point is definitely served well. I think this is the timing of the essence. The reason why I'm supporting this is because every project we have is no different than tearing down the wall in your living room. You never know what's behind it. This is a situation that came up to us on Friday. It's unforeseen circumstances. As you're digging in a field that has not been touched since 1950, things are going to happen. Now, as you, Councilman Brescher, I just want to finish. It's some of this is part of the norm, and I feel, some members of this council feel that it's anticipated it could get worse. We're not experts to find out. The timing is in perfect position to continue to move forward. What work has been done is on the contractor. We're not saying we have to pay for that if we walk today, but when you're disturbing the soil that hasn't been touched since 1950, you're going to have situations that come up in unforeseen circumstances. That happen. Every digging project, something could come up. Yes, I understand we've had some expert geotechnical surveys done. These are borings. You're not x-raying the entire square inch of every square foot of a property. So things could happen. And I'm voting on this because I believe it's an opportunity for us to move forward. Supply and demand of supplies take time. And delaying it 3 weeks could be 5 weeks. That's why I'm supporting it. And I'm looking forward to a field that's stable, that'll last for the next 25 years. We hope 50 years. Thank you.
Councilor.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman.
Yeah,
Petito.
just wanted to make the point here, again, I agree to disagree many things on this council dais. But given that this came at 11th hour to the attention of this council, I'm pretty sure hardly anyone will have a chance to go through the entire packet and do their due diligence, especially when the amount is more than $500,000. So it will be unfair to just vote in one direction. I would have recommended probably slicing this or maybe dicing this in a way that anything that was really urgent, not to delay the project, could have been come as an emergency approval, and rest could have been followed for the next council meeting. But that's my take. Could be a different approach, and that's where I say, let's try to work out. I'm also in favor of moving this forward, but the same token, it's $500,000 plus. So
I will take ownership. Part of the delay is because I did read the report. I utilize Siri to take the text and read it to me, so I did go through the report twice. So that is part of the reason for the delay. I was originally provided the backup information around 2 o'clock. I spent the next about hour and a half, 2 hours going through the backup information.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, 12 from the Department of Public Works. A, resolution to release street opening escrow. B, resolution awarding contract purchase order for the removal of various trees in the amount of $69,062. And C, resolution accepting bid and awarding contract for shipping containers in the amount of $91,630. Any comments, questions, or concerns?
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Freeman.
Where are we placing all these shipping containers?
Where are they being placed?
Yeah, where are we placing all these shipping containers? Because, I mean, the town is looking like a total mess now, so I'm just curious.
If I may, Council President?
Yes,
Okay.
yes to our business administrator.
So 4 of those are going to the Division of Roads, so it's next to the garage. It's usually where we would keep any sort of utility-like items of that
Excuse me,
size.
1 second before you go on. The Division of Roads, I'm like, places, where are they going to be put? Yeah, you told me you're giving it to the Division of Roads, but I want to know exactly where the places are, like if they're on.
Behind
whatever
this
street.
building, for example, there's a back parking lot, and there's some of the containers that are back there.
So you have a back.
And that is
park-
hidden by the,
Wait a minute,
that
wait a
green
minute. I want to
fencing.
keep up with this because when people ask me the questions, all right, I like to give an honest answer to people. So you said that they're by the back of what?
this building.
Okay, the back of the town hall. All right, where else?
We have some for the Department of Recreation. Some were kept back here as well. Municipal
All of them are going to
garage.
be behind town hall?
Councilwoman, point of
No,
order.
no, I'm trying to get clarification,
And
sir.
she's trying to answer your question.
No, no,
So-
but I'm asking,
Councilwoman,
am I
please.
confusing you? I'm just asking directly.
I don't have any confusion. I'm just reiterating exactly location.
Okay.
So approximately,
I didn't know what the problem was.
some of them are behind this. Some are, which one is here for the animal shelter that would be back
Okay.
there where the public would not obviously have accessibility to. Senior center as well. So we keep them in a location where it does not disrupt any parking and areas that are accessible to the public.
One question, so he doesn't scream at me. Which senior center?
Over at, I will clarify that to you, the Woodbridge.
On the Woodbridge Senior Center,
Correct.
so it's going to be a
But I'll
big-
clarify that for you.
Okay, it's going to be a mess there. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Coyle?
B, what trees are we removing, Sonia? Can you give me a little walk through what's going on with there?
Sure. So these are larger trees, and I have our Public Works Director here, so you can elaborate if you wish.
No, I'm fine. You can, if your choice.
Sure, let me just grab that for you.
I do know one of the locations is in between 2 houses. In between the 2 houses is a right-of-way by the township. Because of the location, though, additional equipment needs to be brought in to actually access it because south side houses are a little closer. So there's no open area for the work to actually be done. And my understanding with the other 3 locations is that just because of the size and age of the tree, that is outside of the current division of trees capabilities.
I can actually expand upon that if you'd like.
Thank you.
So between 105 and 107 Stony Road, there are 3 trees, 70 foot to 80 feet approximately, in between 2 houses, as you just mentioned. This affects some of the store water and the piping, so that's why there's a need for that. And it requires the use of a crane, some larger heavy equipment, and then we have 38 Karen Street has a 70-foot dead tree in the waterway easement overhang the residents in the backyard, so that poses a safety issue. So that is one of them. And then 5 Rainer has a pretty large tree in the waterway easement again. 38 Karen Street, same situation, requires a crane, a spider lift removal. 80 Winthrop, a 80-foot dead tree in the backyard of the easement. So we require a lot of heavy equipment. And we take safety as a pretty serious condition in this term, especially if they're dead trees. And obviously, we're in that season, and we need to make sure that that doesn't fall and hurt any of our residents or anyone in the right away. So.
Thank you for the clarifications. Any other questions?
Council President, are we removing trees from private property or from property we own?
My understanding is that it's right away.
These are right-of-ways, and some of these, as I mentioned, they're easements. So that is our responsibility to clean up.
Okay, thank you. And the containers, are we stuck with these containers permanently? Is this a temporary purchase? Is it something we can sell back, or is it containers we're going to have permanently for the next 20
These
years?
are ours. We can certainly revisit this during our auctions, which we hold if we don't need them long-term. So anything that the town owns, we can go ahead and absolutely auction when we don't have the necessity to have them.
And what is the quick run-through of why we're using all these containers?
It could be various reasons. I mean, we have improvements that we're doing throughout the building, so storage is an obvious reason, of course. And that's what it's mainly used for.
Okay, thank you, Council President.
Council President. Right. How many containers are we buying for $91,000?
11.
11 containers. All right, I'd just like the public to do the math on that, and everybody just do a little quick Google search to find out what a container cost. Are we going to paint these containers with are we doing like the graffiti thing? We're going to paint the pictures on them where we become more city-like? Or are they just going to come in whatever color and we're just going to, like the senior center, no matter where you put it in the senior center, I'm going to see it, right? The ones behind the building I won't see, I get that. But the senior center or places like that I'm going to see it. Are you planning on doing anything with that?
Are you proposing that there be some initiative? I mean, certainly we're open to that if that's something that you're proposing.
I prefer not to have containers. When I was on the Board of Education, I was a fan of trying to get space so we can get rid of all the containers. You know, I mean, we've lived all these years without these containers, and now we're buying a bunch of them. I get if you needed one, but, you know, it just looks like we're trying to make it a cityscape a little bit. So my question is, since we're headed in that direction, are you going to paint them? Or if they come yellow and brown, that's what you're going to leave them as?
I think it's a great suggestion. It's a public art initiative if that's something that you're looking to do, and I can certainly bring it up to the administration.
All looks like graffiti to me, but that's fine. I grew up in the suburbs.
Objective. It's
Right.
art.
All right. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 13 from the Chief of Fire. A, approval of volunteer firefighter. B, resolution awarding contract purchase order for key fob door access for the Department of Fire, $19,217. And C, resolution awarding contract purchase order for the purchase of tough books and workstations in the amount of $49,128. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none. 14 from the Chief of the Police. A is actually being removed from tonight's agenda. And one other item that is being added on from the Department of Recreation, resolution sets park and recreation fees as provided for in the Township Code, section 24-4.1, particularly for the newer showmobile. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none. 15 from the council member of the Planning Board, Councilman Patel.
Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. Okay. Planning Board meeting was held on Monday, September 18th in this council chambers. Following resolutions were approved. P09, 2023, Garden State Buildings, LP, preliminary and final site plan approval. 2, P5232, Pagoda Homes, LLC, six-month extension of a minor subdivision approval. Following extension requests were granted. P5236, S&A General Construction, request for 6 months extension of a minor subdivision approval. P13-2019- located as 979 Amboy Ave, request for 1-year extension of site plan approval. The following applications requests have been withdrawn without prejudice. Application P10 2023, American Buddhist Temple at 1671 Woodland Ave. Presentations heard were master plan. We heard from 5 Edison residents on the issues affecting Clara Barton. They were all against increasing density and were against overdevelopment, which they felt would change the fabric of the neighborhood and increase traffic. They definitely do not want 4-story buildings there. Their concerns dealt with drainage and flooding issues, and they also touched upon parking issues and the lack of outside public space to hang out. In terms of announcements, Smart City Committee will hold a presentation on Monday, October 16th, Planning Board meeting. If you're interested in learning, please join us then. And the final date of comment for master plan will be October 16th, which is the next Planning Board meeting. So if you would like to be heard, please come to that meeting. The old business cases that were heard was case number 1, case P5251, Thomas and Karen Shia at 1681 Woodland Ave, block number 415, lot 5.22. Application is seeking preliminary and final major subdivision approval to subdivide the existing lot into 8 lots. Applicant provided the fire plan and the fire report and was granted approval based on fully funding the bond, and to agree to the variance granted on the west side of the lot B is a self-created hardship and would not seek relief in the future. New business heard were P22-2022, Just Nation LLC, 271 Meadow Road, block number 366.01, lot number 13.17. The application is seeking to construct a 12,800 square feet structure to assist in site operations. There were various issues with this application, including an illegal operation on the property for the past 3 years, and an issue with the easement with the neighboring property. This case will continue to be heard on Monday, October 16th at the Planning Board meeting. The following cases will be carried to the next Planning Board as well with no renotice. P14-2020, P17-2023, P14-2023, P18-2023. And the following case will be carried over to November 20th, which is P11-2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. We're going on to unfinished business, ordinances for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. Ordinance number 2188, ordinance adds a no parking zone overnight, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. to Kilmer Court. And ordinance 2190, an ordinance amending Chapter 11, General Licensing and Business Regulations by creating subsection 11-38, vendor and activity fees for township-sponsored events, amended to include Eid. Any questions or comments?
Any, no, this is just, this is still technically the work session, so it's not on the,
Council President?
yes, Councilman Patil.
Unless you are moving to the next item, I just want to make one comment because we have large audience here and we have the closed session as well, so it's going to be significant delay.
We're not going to.
We are not.
I was
But even though
wondering
with the, most of the discussion, I don't want to hold them, but if there is a possibility of moving you the public remarks ahead of a time, I will leave it to you.
I'm open to it. If there's a motion, I would personally like to continue with the general process or how it's laid out, but if you would like, I have no objection to the motion.
I would do the motion to pull the oral petitions and remarks ahead of a time.
Is there so there's a motion on the table to move the oral petition remarks to now, prior to discussion items. versus leaving it at the end. Is there a second?
So, just so, Council President, so I understand, we're taking the public comment from another meeting and moving it to this meeting, from the regular voting session? Is that what we're doing? I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing.
Is that,
Yeah, that's in a separate meeting that we have. I certainly, legally, you could move the public comment on resolutions up now, because that's part of the work session. But the oral petitions and remarks is part of the,
Is there an oil?
Just
is
after
there
18, if you
oil-
want to move that, just after 18.
Could we come to a compromise to move it up after the discussion items? Because that would technically be the work session
Yeah,
aspect.
but this is the second meeting starts here. So second meeting technically starts from your 19, and that is where I was saying, move that there.
So let's finish this.
yes,
meeting
Yes,
that would be
okay.
perfectly legal. That would be fine.
My
Yes,
apologies
yeah.
for misunderstanding.
You want to move oral petitions and remarks before we
Before we start the regular.
Yes,
meeting.
right at the beginning of the second portion of the meeting.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
At that time, I'll ask for the motion. and
Makes
go through
sense.
the process. Thank you.
So, Council President, just to be clear, are we trying to move it so that the public can also make comment on the resolutions in one shot? Or we just,
No. Oral petitions and remarks.
wants to put it here at the beginning before we start. Oral petitions may be the way.
Just because of, there's a lot of,
it's the Council President's agenda.
thank you. So understood the request. We are at discussion items. I'll start to my left. She's not there. Councilman Patil.
These are discussion items, right?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you, Council President. We have the engineering firm here, so I would like to ask some questions through Council President. Feel free to come to the podium. We have had several projects. They were designed, approved by this council, especially with the Calvert Avenue and the drainage system. Do we know the status?
If okay, just to direct through the business administrator. Yeah, thank you.
You're asking with regard to which locations?
Calvert?
Calvert? I believe that was one that we had worked on, and that is part of the capital bond ordinance.
Perfect. Okay, so that, hopefully that will get done. My second question is to administration, Oak Tree Road, that paving work is in progress. Do we have the schedule?
With the county, yes, I can certainly provide that to you.
Thank you. And do we know the street signal, Warwick and Oak Tree Road? Because they are paving the road, hopefully they will not again dig up that area. There is a proposed signal that the markings are done there.
Through the county?
Yes,
So I'd have to follow up with the county, sir.
if you can do that, please. And is there a way that county can, if you can request county to cover Baltic Road? That's very small road that was left out. Grove Avenue was paved completely. Oak Tree is getting paved, but the connection between the Grove and Oak Tree Road.
So the intent of the county in my communications with them is actually to do Oak Tree Road completely. This year, they're doing that one section of Oak Tree Road. So that is their intent, is to do everything. And what we did was in order of priority, basically 3 to 4 things of which we'd asked on that stretch. And that was one of the ones that needed a lot more immediate attention and money, obviously, that they had enough to do this year. But we did ask them to address the entire length of Oak Tree Road.
Perfect, okay. Thank you. My second one is the road striping around MLK area. I sent an email. I know the traffic department has provided the updates, but do we know where it stands?
So we are looking to do a refresher, but I'd allow the deputy chief to elaborate because there was some concerns with regard to exactly the location where that would be helpful and more of a safety issue. So Deputy Chief, you could elaborate. I think one of the concerns, and when I talked to Mr. Turner today, was that in terms of a signal, we would again have to go to the county for that.
That was approved
Isn't that a county road?
That was approved long back, the Rahway Road signal
Right.
in Man Avenue, Rahway. I remember 2018, 2019, but I don't know what happened after that.
So we're talking about Inman and Rawway, just to be clear. So recently, our traffic unit went up to Inman and Rawway. They did look at that intersection. They also looked at the area around Inman and Tingley. And based on their interpretation right now, the road is the safest possible way currently, current configurations. We are looking at a traffic signal at Rollway Road, as you've mentioned in the past, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
So that's still being looked at. But both were looked at, excuse me, and right now they both look as safe as they can be under the current configuration.
Is there a way to do the striping? I think that was one ask on that neighborhood, the crossing, because there are lots of kids walking from Westgate and around surrounding neighborhood.
Well, there are crosswalks there. I think they've been enhanced, if I heard correctly. Public Works has freshened them up, if you will. So, but again, I don't think there was a look or a need at this point to do any additional crosswalks unless there's actual roadway improvements to go along with those crosswalks.
Okay, thank you, sir. My other was thank you, Chief. Water issue on the Hana Road, we have the resident, they will speak, I will skip that one. There are some dead trees, and I see there is a resolution to remove some of those trees. Sonia, if you look at the Bartha Avenue, the dead end of the Bartha Avenue, yep, is right on the south end, next to still Sutton's Lane. And it's, the residents are saying it's close to their property, which is on the easement, damaging the personal properties. And my last question is to our finance guy, Ken. We all received the tax bill. Just want to confirm, and on the record, I did ask during the budget approval, the school tax rate. Is this 3.184 or it is 3.191? Who decides this tax rate? Is the township or is the Board of Ed?
It's certified by the County of Middlesex County Tax Board based upon information that the school district submits to the county tax board.
Is there a way we can get an official record what has been submitted by the Board of Ed to the county?
We could request that, and I could also send you what the county sends us in terms of setting the tax rate.
Perfect, because if there is a mismatch, there is a good amount of tax impact, and that could result in probably improving a park with an additional money that will be recovering. That's it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. Councilwoman Tripp Freeman? I tried to.
No, but you keep starting from this end. Back and forth, we should balance it, shouldn't we? Last week you started from this end.
I started before with Councilman Brescher at committee points, but I'll wait. Councilman Patel?
I just wanted to get an update, Sonia, for Grove Ave bike path. When will we have that done?
Tomorrow at 8 a.m., they're going to commence, given the fact that the weather is hopefully breaking through.
Okay. And I believe I requested, there was a striping near the coffee house from DPW because it was really faded. Was that taken care of? Okay. Yeah? Okay, cool. And I know, Ray, you updated me yesterday that the pedestrian crossing walk will take about a month to source and get pricing on it. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, Council Vice President Harris.
Animal Shelter Veterinary Report. Here we are again. Have heard nothing. The public is interested. Councilman Brescher has asked for the information. This inspection was done in July, I believe, and here we are just about in October. What is the story?
I sent it out to legal, and I don't see him sitting there, so I respectfully would like him to answer that, because this poses a question, a legal question. With regard to the report, I know that some of the information was sensitive in nature, so I just want to get his guidance, and quite frankly, I don't feel comfortable without having a legal opinion on the matter.
Can we come back to this as soon as the attorney is back?
Absolutely.
That would be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Coyle?
Thank you, Council President. I just had just soft comments for DPW, and I see some of the stuff that's on the request list, and it's of the norm of situations that we may need, and I understand that. But at this moment, I'm putting a halt on voting on new items this time until I get a comprehensive report on what and where we're going for the department. It's not that I don't believe some of these things can't be done, but we've done a lot. It put a lot of workload on our staff since the last 15 months, more than we've ever had. And what I don't want to start is projects that can't get complete or having to bring in outside contractors to finish jobs that can be done by DPW. And when I look at that, I look at just the whole, the whole season of the personal hours versus the man hours of labor, vacation pay, sick pay, injury, retirements. I think we're running our DPW crew thin. It's just my opinion. And I just don't want to start more until I know where we're going. Soon, we'll have windstorms that come up and everything comes to a stop. We're going to have snow that comes and things will come to a stop. So I'm not comfortable moving forward on certain things for DPW at this time. We have some meetings coming up, and I'm sure when we have that report and I speak to Sonia, I'll feel more comfortable. But, the crew has done a lot, and I have to give them that credit. They've done a lot, DPW. It's not the norm how far they've been pushed, and I want to see where we are with the benefits of what they deserve as well, and the time and the injuries that we could have and anticipated problems, so we can finish things and continue on that. That's all. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Cole. Councilman Brescher?
Yes, I mean, I guess from the attorney, I'm looking for him to tell me what can be done by this body to stop our vendors from approving change orders before this body moves forward with it. There has to be a mechanism. That's one question.
Well, I think that your no vote with regard to payment is your opportunity to voice any dissatisfaction that you have with a potential change order. I see it as two separate issues, though. I think the engineering part is to determine whether or not it's appropriate as a change order, and then the payment of that is this body's obligation.
Right, right. And the one, like the Geo, just looking at it briefly here, I mean, you can clearly see that it's made of clay, right? That it holds water. So they knew about that before. So during the design phase, the original design should be fine, but this will come out in the thing. But I'm just saying, like, moving forward, how does this body guarantee it? Because from what I heard from my colleagues, wasn't that people agreed with it, but they felt that it was like a gun to their head where they were going to hold up the project or something like that. So, I mean, if the administration continues down that road, I mean, what is this body's job there?
Only thing I can offer you is is your vote. I mean, that's it. That is your ability to whether you agree or disagree with the experts, and whether it be the geotechnical experts or the engineering experts or whatever reports you have to review. If you don't agree, then you can vote no on the expenditure of funds. That is the role of council.
Okay, but so there's nothing wrong with the administration basically holding a gun to this body's head and saying, like, oh my God, we're not going to get it done. Oh my God, oh my God. That this body feels guilty and votes for it out of guilt, because that's what I heard. So you're telling me
I may not have heard the
legal
exact
course?
same thing. I may not, yeah.
That's fine. Let me ask you another
Sure.
question. When a council person asks for information through the administration, and in regards to this, I'm going to talk about the animal shelter, and that's become concern because I've heard from other people that we had a lot of sick animals that potentially didn't need to be sick if we would have followed the proper procedures to begin with, and that we're bordering on having a kill shelter now, is the words that were given to me. So this has become a great concern, right? I asked for the document. It was probably almost a month ago. I don't have it. So what is my recourse in getting information from the administration that I'm entitled to?
You can request it when it comes.
Okay, so we requested it, didn't work, right?
Didn't work, correct.
So, We did that again. I requested it again. It didn't work. Right, I talked to you last meeting, right?
Here's my understanding. I can speak specifically to this report if you'd like.
Well, in general, it's a bigger picture, but
Yeah, I mean, there's no, you don't have your only mechanism to request documents is to ask for them. And then if you don't get them, you obviously have an Oprah, which is available to any member of the public. But generally, my understanding is that documents do flow freely from the administration to the council. Not with exceptions. This one is in
with the
particular, I'll
exception
explain.
of- with the exception of me, right? Because that other document that I asked. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So in this one in particular, though, this was a little more complicated because the report in question had not just information about the shelter, but information about personnel. Now, that's a different situation. As you know, council has no personnel function, and therefore, that report was specifically needed to be redacted to remove any kind of personnel-related information. That has just been completed and provided by legal to the administration as of today. So could a redacted version of the report be made available to you? Absolutely. But what could not be provided was anything having to do with personnel, and that's something that is unequivocal, and that's not a role of council. I think you know that well.
Right, I mean, I'm not looking for names. That's not what I was looking
I think there was more than names, and but so.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
What could be more than someone's name? Did it
If
have
they're-
their birth date,
No, I'm
their
saying
social
it-
security number? I mean, I get that kind of stuff. What other kind of
Any
stuff?
personnel-related matters, anything regarding complaints about personnel or anything that touches on individuals in the workplace is not a province of council. So that information, whether it be the public that asked for it or council, has to be redacted.
So if there was something in there about an employee that was torturing the animals, right? You wouldn't allow us to see that the animals were tortured in that report?
No, and that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if there are complaints between employees, I'm saying could be any kind of complaint between employees, that's something that would not come to council. But I'm saying, so the report had to be properly redacted. That has transpired, and that has been done. So that legal has now provided that to administration. So if you're asking what's the holdup, that's the holdup.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If one employee stated that another employee hurt the animals, you would redact that because that was one employee to another?
I won't.
Which to me is a whistleblower type thing. So I hope you're not going to redact any kind of information like that out of it.
No,
right?
you'll have a redacted version of the report. If you have concerns about the level of redaction, I'm certainly available to talk to you about that. I think it's better than speculating as to what was redacted. It'd be better to provide you the redacted version, and then we can have a conversation.
Well, I wouldn't need to speculate if I would have had it, right?
I'm saying, as I said, we had to go through that process, that legal process of redaction, which has now been completed.
Okay.
So I just wanted, I felt you're entitled to an update as to what's going on, and that's why I'm providing it to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And any additional on your end?
Yes. So I understand about redacting, but why would it take 2 months? Because that inspection report was done in July, I believe. How would it take 2 months with a law firm as big as yours to redact those items? The public has been asking and asking, and the councilman has been asking and asking, and for it to just have come down to the administration right now, something's wrong here.
Well, Councilwoman, I'm sorry, I can't provide a better answer. I don't have the timeline, at least to when it was provided to my office. All I can tell you is that it's now been complete. I can't give you I'll happily provide you a timeline of when we received it to provide those redactions, but as I sit with you this evening, I don't have that.
I would hope going forward that when sensitive information like this is requested, that this process could go faster than it has. This seems like an unnecessary delay. We look forward to getting this report, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
And you'd like to add an additional comment?
Sure, I just obviously wanted to provide an update to the council here as a whole body in terms of what's happening at the animal shelter currently. We are doing our due diligence. We are meeting with people that are able to provide good consulting, good information to us, SOPs that we could create a good, sound place for our animals and for our employees, equally important, obviously. So my door's always open if you have any questions, concerns about conditions of animals and what has happened. Certainly parvo and things of that nature are typical of an animal shelter. We create an isolation room for that, for those animals, and we try to do our best in order to bring them up to speed. One of the things the township is adamantly getting to is having in-house veterinary services. I think that's going to be really important in order to have hands-on help, immediate help, rather than having to take animals all the time. We may still continue to need the services, obviously, and those contracts will come before you at another meeting to have those veterinary services, whether it's to get day-to-day kind of things, whether they're certain shots that are required or neuter spading. We never obviously want to see an animal. It's inhumane to see an animal suffering, so we are doing everything we can, having clean SOPs and getting a vet here to make sure that the animal shelter is operating at its best. I want to say that we, with our new animal shelter manager and of course this administration, we're working together to make that work. And so I'm open to having these conversations with you individually, certainly visit the shelter together, but those are the things that we're currently do as an administration to get our animal shelter up to speed.
Thank you. Councilwoman Schiff Freeman?
Yes, I was going to ask, probably, I don't even see him now. Ask the question. Victoria Park at a major water problem, and they have their Edison water. And I wanted to ask him about the fire hydrants. I wanted to ask Chief, oh, you can, the fire department also? Okay, oh, that's fine, that's good. Now, I was told that they said it's a private area, so you don't have to do fire hydrants?
They would be required to have fire hydrants, yes, but whether it's the township's water department or Middlesex Water Department, that may or may not fall under their purview, because some complexes have to maintain their own fire hydrants.
Okay, so Edison.
And a place like condos and things like that, they typically have to pay for their hydrant maintenance and things like that.
Now, I don't, this is the part I don't understand, that about fire hydrants and stuff. I thought fire hydrants were inspected because they were in Edison, because if the place burns down and you don't have a working fire hydrant,
That's a problem.
nobody's gonna say anything to the Townhouse Association.
Right, yeah.
It's gonna come to you. Okay, so what is the responsibility, and have any letters been sent out to people about fire hydrants? Because that's the thing that scares me to death, okay? Because the way New Jersey has been on fire lately, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm terrified of that, so I would just like to know what is the responsibility, even though I don't know who's in charge of the fire hydrants.
Well,
I don't
Edison
get it.
has its own water company, used to be American, and
So this would be in the purview of Edison Water Company.
it could be, depending on who controls that utility in that area. So if it's Middlesex has a water company as well, and they provide service to some of the town, and so does Edison Water now, E-Town.
So I guess I don't have to speak to Bob in case there is a
But
water.
as far as maintaining hydrants, Edison Water should be maintaining theirs, Middlesex should be maintaining their hydrants.
So that's Edison Water is responsible for maintaining fire hydrants, because they would be the reason that you guys would get in
In
trouble.
some communities, yeah, because like I said, the township has Edison Water is in one section of the town, and then in another section of the town, Middlesex Water is the utility company that owns that.
No, because I know I have a townhouse, and when the big water leak sprang out there, Middlesex came and fixed that,
Okay?
okay?
Then they're responsible for that property.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out why Victoria doesn't have the same.
We'd have to
purpose
find out
that
from
I
their
have.
association or from whichever water company owns the service there. Because I don't know exactly who owns is that off of,
They tell me it's Edison Water, and they said that they were supposed to get the same thing from Edison Water as they were receiving from Middlesex Water, and, you know.
Just a point of clarification, are we talking about fire hydrants, or are we talking about valves? And I'm looking at
No, I'm
Councilman
talking
Patil,
different
just only
things.
because there was some discussion with regard to the valves, and so just a point of clarification. So the township has obviously met with our legal team, so from, obviously, we always want to make sure that we're doing things from a safety liability perspective. So we're going to be turning off valves for HOA as long as there's accessibility, first and foremost. So what we want to just let the residents know, and we'll make sure to put this out, obviously, since we own our water utility, we want to make sure that is out there. So as long as there's accessibility and that we're not doing any sort of digging to get to the valves, that's something that the township will certainly be able to do. The private association communities will not hold the Edison water utility liable, so we're going to make sure that we have the right forms to get this done from any damage that may be incurred during the operation or location of water lines within these private communities. So Edison Water we won't conduct any excavations, obviously, that is very burdensome and there are potential liabilities there. But what will be done by the Association of Communities Contractor that they hire to get that work done. So the Edison Water Utility will conduct oversight of the repairs to ensure there's DP, EPA, those sort of things are regulated by the state, are followed to ensure that there's integrity in that water supply. So just want to make sure that there's
No, I just want you to.
because it sounded a little bit, I just
No,
wanted
no.
to
You can
clear
shoot me the
distinction between the
information.
two.
Yeah, you can shoot me the information for the
Absolutely.
water stuff.
Sure.
I'm more concerned about fire hydrants, because I worry about people burning up, and because somebody didn't take care of a fire hydrant somewhere.
So
That's a serious matter to me.
And respectfully,
Yeah,
to our
and he
deputy fire
answered me.
chief,
He
yes.
answered me
I
properly.
think part of that is that there's a clear delineation between a proximity to a fire hydrant. I think that's your concern, is that if it's within a certain amount of feet, 300, so long as that, but in the event that there's notice, I believe that we'll let the association or whomever know, and we'll work with them.
No, I was hoping you would send a letter out to them stating, boom, 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 this is why, and you have to know. So how would you know that fire hydrant itself,
you wouldn't until you went to use it.
that would be
From the
bad?
fire department's perspective, we don't go around testing them.
Okay, all right.
You know what
Our
I'm saying?
water utility does that.
Right, exactly.
Excuse me?
Our water utility, they test the fire hydrants.
Okay, so Edison only has like 11,000 people, so.
But no, we're just talking about fire hydrants, so.
Fire
Yeah, no, I'm
hydrants.
just saying that if you only have 11,000, you don't have that many fire hydrants, correct?
There's
There's
thousands,
there's
I would
thousands of
say,
fire
and I can give
hydrants.
you a definite number tomorrow.
Okay, all right, that works good.
I'm not
Okay.
100% sure on that either, but there's thousands.
Thank you for your patience, sir. All right, next question. I would like to know why the grass that grows 6 inches tall or whatever for a neighbor, why was it taken from zoning and given to the health department? Grass, the grass, the problem, because people are having a problem with grass and with bushes, and they're like playing chicken to get out of their driveways and stuff. So they want to know, why was it taken from them and given to the health department, that if your neighbor grows their grass up to here, you have to call the health department rather than the zoning department, who has been doing it for years?
So if it poses a health violation, obviously, so I would need to know exactly what happened at that property and what the
No,
condition were.
I just want to know why they're just not doing the grass, because before, they used to put a knocker on the door, and they would put a knocker on there about your grass, and the next day, they wouldn't have to even worry about it, and you didn't have to be the neighbor that ratted on the other neighbor. They would just put it there, and then somebody would cut their grass, and then it would all be uniform.
I'm trying to follow your question. Your question is why one department is now taking over the grass?
Duties of the other department, yeah.
would just ask legal if that's anything different in terms of operation, what if there's a
No, no,
differential between one or the other?
I just was curious that you have to call the health department now if your neighbor's grass is too tall. Because some people are telling me they're not getting responses back. Like they're calling in and not getting responses back from people. at
Yeah,
all,
I mean, if
so-
you can shoot me over those complaints, I'd gladly make sure that they're addressed.
Oh, definitely, definitely, definitely. And, what was it? Okay, okay, they also asked me, why did they take soil from here and take it over to Kilmer Park when they was digging, excavating land? That's what I was asked. I don't know much about it, though. I'm just going with the questions that people are asking me. And my other question, I know I'm not getting answers to my questions, but my other question that I've asked, I'm thinking about 6 months now, was the billing for the Oprah, for the lawyers, the amount of money we're paying to them at all. Okay, and,
May I?
yes.
So part of the function of our council is to, it's to answer Oprah's or any other legal questions, so there's no separate billing. And I think I've said that before, so there's nothing that would exclude, it's part of their.
No, I wanted the extra cost because it's extra.
It's not extra cost. There's a misconception here. It's part of the legal scope of work that they do for us.
And last but not least, the reason why I decided that I would speak last, because I think it's quite despicable for someone to use like $250,000 worth of media to attack a council person, to send mail out to disparage them about taxes. You know, I never was that petty. I was council president before. I can tell you all the time the person voted no, the posting in question. But I just want it to be known to the community that your money is being wasted sending out tax and information attacking individuals, because that money comes out of your taxes, all right? So I don't think that you should be sending stuff out to attack people during campaign time out of my own money. And that's why I chose to speak last. I think it's despicable. I think it's the worst thing that you can do as an individual is use 2 tons of my money to attack me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. For myself, I will hold off on my items in consideration with the public. Any other comments, Councilman? Seeing none. As mentioned, the closed session will not be occurring, as it will figure to occur at the next meeting. At this time, we are going to move on to the regular meeting. You would like to?
Yep. Motion to move the oral petitions and remarks as a part of the regular meeting.
Second.
So there's a motion on the floor to move the oral petition and remarks section from the end to right now. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes.
And Council President, before you start, because there are a lot of new people here, they may not know the protocol, so if you can please explain that. Yep.
I
Thank you.
actually pulled up the spiel that I used to give. So at this time, we will open up to the public for oral petitions and remarks. These are just some general guidelines to try to keep decorum and to have the meeting running. Each speaker is allotted 6 minutes with 1 3-minute rebuttal provided for per meeting. A rebuttal means you are making a comment on a comment made by another member on a topic that you did not initially discuss. I've requested that the deputy clerk will announce when the speakers have 1 minute remaining in your speaking time to try to assist so that you don't have to pause asking for how much time you have left. Council is not required to address questions. However, I will afford the opportunity to respond on questions only. Considering how many people are here, I I would try to stick with that as much as possible. So if you have a specific question, I will allow council members to respond back. If it's of a commentary nature, though, I'm going to leave that as just a comment from the public. I do ask council members to please advise which item they will be addressing prior to be given the floor to speak. Any responses by the council or administration to posed question will count against the speaker's time and will not be halted. When a speaker comes up to the podium, I will request the speaker's name and address. The speaker, if for any reason feels uncomfortable providing, can state they don't wish to present, and I will recognize the speaker. In regards to the council commenting back, I will ask that speakers ask all their questions at first to make sure that we hear all of your questions, concerns, and comments, and then any response back from the council would happen after. Thank you. There is no one on the list, so
Council President,
gentlemen in the,
and just for clarification, this comment part, they can comment, open comments and comments on the resolutions, correct?
yes,
This is resolutions, that this is just general public comment.
Yes.
This is not on resolutions.
so
Okay, no problem.
it's actually a very good point. So if you have a question on the resolutions, while you may be able to address them here, there is another opportunity for comments specifically on the resolutions. Thank you. Sir.
Would you like to have a copy of that, just in case you're unable to follow with me? I brought some hard copies, which I can hand over.
Prior to beginning, just as I mentioned, if it's okay to state name and address.
My name is Sridhar Krishnamurthy. I'm from 5001 Hannah Road, Edison, New Jersey.
I appreciate it.
Belonging to the Victoria Park. This you can hand over. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Yeah. Good evening, Edison Council members. I'm Sridhar Krishnamurthy, and I'm from Victoria Park. For more than 2 months, there is a breakage with Edison water main line and the curb wall in Hannah Road, and thousands of gallons of water and public money is going down the drain each hour. Edison Water and Township refused to fix the breakage and instead gave notice to the homeowner and the association to fix it. Over 40 years of existence of this Victoria Park community, there have been only a few breaks and leaks, and each time the American Water Company used to fix them, as the price is built into the water bill we pay. As the Township Ordinance and the NJ laws and the water utility responsibility drawing in the official Edison Water Utility website, the main water valve and the entire pipeline from water main to the curb stop and the meter is Edison Water Utilities responsibility. And Edison Township Ordinance 27-2.16 states the curb stops cannot be opened or closed by anyone other than the water and sewer utility staff. Any person found to opening this, closing, or in fact tampered or repair the valve or something, they are subject to a fine of $500 and criminal prosecution. This is all in the ordinance. These rules are created by the NJ government and township with the overall goal of improving the safety, reliability, and administrative oversight of water infrastructure. These pipelines and curb walls are township properties, and any person or private plumber who works or repairs either intentionally or unintentionally damage or break the water system to create major flooding or contamination or unsafe conditions, thereby causing damages to the property and lives. After Edison Township took over the water utility in January 2020, they performed all the services to homes on private road, absolutely free of charge. But just a year ago, the director of Edison Water Utility took an arbitrary decision to, basically, we cannot provide these services to the private roads, but homes on public roads will continue to get it free. How can an official twist the rule without following any proper implementation procedure and discriminate against the residents of Edison living in private roads and communities? The township ordinance does not differentiate public and private roads. There are many private communities in Edison and thousands of families are affected by this. But the rest of Edison served by Middlesex Water are lucky as they follow the ordinance strictly and take care of the issue for all customers free, irrespective of whether they are in public or private roads. Multiple resident delegations met our mayor, the water utilities and township officials in 2002 and 2003. And we also met the Democratic Committee and the Edison Council members in 2023 on this issue and requested them not to discriminate against the residents living in private roads as we pay the same taxes and water charges like other homeowners. But the township took a confrontational path and said they will consult their lawyers for a decision. Even after a year, they are still consulting their attorneys. Each time we talk to them, they come with new reasons to push this responsibility and expenses onto poor homeowners and HOAs who have no such responsibility. In fact, all these private companies have given perpetual easement to the township, water, gas, electric, internet, telephone, and all utilities some 40 years ago. Another serious issue is the Edison Water doesn't want to flush or maintain our fire hydrants and wants the homeowner and associations to do it. Most of the fire hydrants in private communities are now non-functional. In case of any major fire breakouts in these communities, the fire services may not get any water from the hydrants, and the township will be solely held responsible for any loss of life and property. Unfortunately, the media is more interested in giving coverage of Dunkin' Donut shop inaugurated by the mayor and not on such serious things. 2019 New Jersey revised statute Title 58, Section 5831(3), also known as Water Quality Accountability Act, says each water purveyor, that means the water utilities, shall once a year inspect and test every fire hydrant in order to determine its working condition, the valve's operating condition, flush, repair, or replace any valve found to be broken. Edison Water Utilities' argument is that these are not a part of public system. It is very much flawed, as the fact remains that these lines placed on private property also remains a part of public water supply system. But Edison Water Utilities already followed the section 5831-3 and put up on each hydrant big ring tags showing Edison Water Utilities logo, name, phone number, and warnings, which clearly proves it is the township property and it is a part of the public system. Please don't be surprised. Tomorrow they send some crew tomorrow to remove all these tags after hearing my argument. The notice given by Edison Water Utilities directed to the HOAs and individual homeowners in the community that it will stop water supply to the houses if they don't fix the breakage by miscoding the ordinance is totally wrong and not even worth the paper on which it is printed. The HOA is not a condominium, and a water connection by Edison Water is individual homes and customer from their pipelines and individually metered. The HOA is not their agent or distributor or maintenance crew.
The speaker's time is elapsed.
Sorry? This is very important technical discussions. Sorry, you are done?
Unfortunately, with the 6 minutes, that was the 6 minutes. That was the beeping sound.
This is not really satisfying the council is here to support the public, right? This is a very important water-related argument, right?
Sir, unfortunately, you were found out of order at the moment because we are over the 6 minute allotment. That's what I had originally stated. What I would suggest, if you have a written statement, if someone else would like to finish that statement, to do so.
Sure.
But I have to, just for the public's understanding, I have to treat everyone with the same.
He can complete just 2 more pages.
Hold on, before we proceed, excuse me, sir. Before we proceed, you did ask a question. I will afford the opportunity to the council to address it, and I believe the question was, in a broad sense, how are we here? So I will afford the council the opportunity to respond back. I'm not trying to be confrontational. However, how the rules and guidelines that one follows, I have to apply to all. So I appreciate the understanding. It's not in that regard. So I'll open to,
Council President.
I can't, I can't. It's within the 6-minute guideline and I'm already going over that. So I will open it to Councilman Patil if you'd like to comment on the question as to,
Thank you, Council President. In fact, during my other questions, I skipped so that, the administration and this council will hear loud and clear from the residents. I am in communication with the mayor and with the administration since almost like 2 months, following up on the water leak issue. We have the ordinance that is in place. I believe, again, unless Sonia want to talk, there were some decisions that were made which I personally did not agree that we should have done at least the handover, but that's the whole different topic here. So coming back to the crux, what the issue here is. Number one is the opening of the walls. To me personally, I believe as per our current ordinance, the administration should stop and start. That's the first thing. Second thing is knowing multiple associations around Edison Township, which are either served by the Middlesex Water Company or Edison Water Company. Fire hydrants must be maintained. They must be inspected every single year, no exception. Who does it? It's, again, I will let the attorney speak about that, but that's a big safety issue. I think we are in a violation of that. I know for the fact that multiple communities, their fire hydrants are not operational at this point in time. And I would request the administration to act on that if it is part of the Edison water utility. In terms of the water pipe leakage breaks, I think we might have to go back to all the agreements, the master deeds, etc., to understand the right of ways, if this township has an access, and if that access can be used to continue to serve these communities. With that, I will rest my statement. Thank you, Council President.
thank you, Councilman Patil. Councilwoman Schiff Freeman?
As I stated, there's a difference between a townhouse and a condo. And within the townhouse, they pay their water bill and different things differently than people do in an actual condo. So they're just trying to establish that the difference between them and condos, and they shouldn't be like looped in together. Because within your own house, you have to pay different bills than you would have to pay within a condo. If you read me, that's what they're trying to establish. Correct?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilman
Council
Brush?
President, yes, I talked about this at our last meeting. I technically agree with the residents wholeheartedly. What I found appalling last meeting was that this water has been leaking, which means everybody in South Edison is paying for that, and everybody in North and South Edison is paying for the usage of that water going down the drain in our sewers, in our sewer tax. I would have thought that the administration over the last 2 weeks, would have sent somebody out there to, like I asked, to stop it. And then later they can sort whatever kind of wording they want to do or whatever they want to do, whatever they're saying, I get it. But they should have been out there that next day. We shouldn't be sitting here having the residents come up again telling us that water has still been leaking now for another 2 weeks. It's a flagrant disregard of like public's money. It's alarming. So I understand that the administration's working on it. But as the public can see, if it takes a council member 3 weeks to get a document, right, to solve your problem, it could take 6 months with this administration. But I agree with you. Thank you for coming up and speaking for your residents and your community. I appreciate it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Coyle?
Yeah, I learned of this matter through my colleagues, and I'm in full support to try to help or see where we can mitigate opportunities with the mayor's office and the administration. There's been times before we have helped others if this is a situation that it's unexpected and unanticipated, and the costs are just a burden to the entire community that they cannot share and or participate in. it's something we should look into. We have our own staff and we have our own equipment today. It's much cheaper than it would be if we contracted it. I hope that we can find a resolution to this. So without any discussion, I 100% support helping you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, yes, Councilman Patel?
I'm just trying to understand, what is, like, why has the administration not taken care of this? Like, what is the dilemma here?
If I can offer our business administrator an opportunity to speak, I think some of the comment before was actually to try to address this.
Correct. So just to clarify, from any legal standpoint, we always want to make sure with our counsel that once we go onto a private property, which these are, any sort of liability and what that may pose. In working with counsel and with our utilities, I just want to make sure that this is out there and that the water utility will assist these private communities and turning on and off any of these valves when it's requested by the association of the complex in need. And turning off and turn off, there are turn off fees, turn on, turn off fees, not to confuse anyone, in the ordinance, in our ordinance. So the water utility will also help in location of water mains and service connections located within the private communities in emergency situations. So obviously, if you're having an emergent matter where the water is profusely leaking or anything like that, and you feel that there's a need for us to pay attention, we make sure that we're going to go out there. So, and if, in full disclosure, if that does not happen, I want you to call this administration directly, and I'd be glad to help you with that, making sure that we're going out there and addressing the issue and try to rectify that. So with that, the private associations and communities will not hold the Edison water utility liable for any damage in the event that the operation or location of any water lines within the private communities. We won't be able to conduct any type of excavation. Obviously, like I mentioned before, those are heavy machinery. From a standpoint, those are very costly, and those are private communities. So we just want to, in full disclosure, put that out there. So we won't conduct those excavations or repairs within those private water lines. This will be done by the association or communities contractor that they hire. I'm sure that's within your budget, within your HOA budget. If not,
We're not going to get into back and forth. This is part, excuse me, sir. We're not going to have back and forth. I understand there may be Sir, I do not want to have the meeting turn into chaos. Sir,
I have the right to correct them.
sir, if there's going to be, all right. No, officer, please. I'm going to issue a warning in regards to the decorum. That is the first warning. If another outburst occurs at that point, then I will request the removal, okay? I don't want any outbursts. I don't want this to become confrontational, all right? I just would respect or ask that anyone in attendance here, just to show decorum in regards to going back and forth. That's my only request. I don't want this to get out of hand. Thank you for understanding. Please proceed.
Sure. And of course, the township will have oversight regarding NJDP or EPA regulations to make sure that those water lines are properly maintained and repaired.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
Pertaining to what you had just met. I'm sorry, Councilman Patel still technically had the floor.
I just wanted to say, the fire hydrant thing, that seems pretty serious. Why, like, do we not maintain that? I would think that we would maintain that at least.
Not within private communities. The maintenance, we're talking about maintenance, that's not maintained by the water utility.
Okay. And how does other private, like the private communities that are served by the other water utility, how do they do it? Do they maintain it, or the private community maintains their fire hydrants as well?
It's my understanding that, for example, Middlesex Water Company would maintain the fire hydrants in that case.
Okay, so if the community is served by Middlesex water, then they will take care of the fire hydrants, but if they're served by the Edison water, we will not maintain the fire hydrants?
I'll follow up on that just to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And the question that I have is, would this adjustment require an ordinance change in terms of the language in our code?
Legal.
I will request after the meeting
We're gonna have to review, I would have to review the ordinance to give you a full answer on that.
I've been open with my communications. I visited approximately 2 weeks ago on the situation. I had emailed the administration what my recommendations were to try to, within the boundaries of the ordinance, which is why I'm asking if it would require an ordinance adjustment. One of the recommendations was to have the, whether you call it an easement agreement or authorization from the entity to allow for the township to go on to do the work. For this one particularly, I don't think you have to worry about excavation because it's right there. So I am hoping that if this does not require an ordinance amendment, that this gets instituted as soon as possible. If it does require an ordinance amendment, I would request that the administration draft up a amendment to our current ordinance to allow for this process to occur. Thank you. I apologize, sir, if I can request your name and address, and I'll recognize you.
Yeah. My name is Srinivasan Bhaktavachalam, and I reside in 6501 Hannah Road.
Thank you, and thank you for your
I'd like to
patience.
complete my
Thank you.
So the HVA is not its agent or distributor or maintenance crew and has no role on responsibility on this. The water service is similar to some other services we receive in private communities, like police response, fire department response, or PSEG maintenance of all gas and power lines, transformers, and power prompt response to gas leaks. So the unmetered water is still flooding Hannah Road for the past 2 months, as noted earlier, and the township utilities adamantly refusing to attend or send their crew even to inspect that. So when the mayor himself visited our community 2 weeks ago, he didn't even visit the water breakage location, though it was just 2 minutes away from our clubhouse. He could not answer any of our questions satisfactorily and tried to escape by saying, US is a private community, Edison Water is a public company, so we cannot enter to fix things. We'll draft and send you a new easement agreement in 2 weeks that has to be signed by the private communities for us to take up the responsibility. The homeowners asked him what happened to the perpetual easement rights given 40 years ago to the township and other utilities. When a company is taken over by another, all its customers, assets, liabilities, agreements, and easement rights are grandfathered, isn't it? He has no answers to that question till date. We are really sad that the township never attended to the above emergency of the residents, and the water utility officials under him didn't want to wake up and attend to an emergency. To err is human. The mayor or township officials may have taken a wrong step, but when the public proved them wrong, they should have the humility of mind to accept that and step back to the right path. Then the residents will say, these guys are good, let us give another chance. Otherwise, they may say, if the administration doesn't change, we'll change the administration, throw them to the dustbins of history. My request to the Edison Council is, you are elected to this position to protect the interests of Edison residents over any political or personal affiliations. And so, please take necessary steps to ensure the above issues are taken up on top priority and resolved by the township administration. As we speak, thousands of gallons of unmetered water is still going down the drain, and it is a wastage of all our tax dollars. Let me once again ask with folded hands, please act now, live and let live. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any additional comments that you would like to make? You still have your time allotted.
I had one question, the same thing what Councilman Nishit Patel asked. So if it applies for the fire hydrants, doesn't it the same question applies even for the water leakages? That if Middlesex water company is taking care of the water leakages in a private townhome community, then shouldn't the same thing be done by the Edison Water Company in our community?
Do you have, just to not cut off time, do you have any other questions that you would like to ask or any other comments?
I'm good. That is the only question.
Okay. in consideration, I heard two questions, obviously, about the fire hydrants and what happened to the easement rights. Is there anything from a historical perspective as to the transfer of any easements once the Edison water utility took over the operations of that? And if not available now, just something to look into. In regards to the fire hydrants, my understanding of the ordinance is, I do apologize, specifically anything with over a 2-inch line that goes in, that it becomes if it's a private entity, that it becomes their responsibility, whether that's in regards to the valves, and I believe the code actually states within the fire hydrants. The fire hydrants have a fee that's associated with the ordinance, so my understanding would be similar to what's being proposed on the valve curbs, would essentially apply the same. That's just my understanding, but if we can get clarification from the administration and legal to those two items, I'd appreciate it. Any other comments from council in regards to those two questions? Any other comments or questions?
I'm good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Hi, my name is Steve Giambra. I live on 58 Glenville Road.
Thank you. You have the floor.
They paved our road during the summer, which was a beautiful job, but they took away the speed hump on the road. Now, if anybody knows Glenville Road, you have the high school right there, and all the kids, they walk the streets. Now that you took the speed hump away, you got people traveling 40, 50 miles an hour up and down that street. And for safety, with all the kids that walk the streets, they don't walk the sidewalk half the time, they walk the streets. And you got people coming from home from work, teachers going up that street, the kids racing up that street, and the buses. They're all speeding up this street now. I fought, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago to have the speed hump there. You put it there. Everybody on Glenville appreciated that because it slowed everybody down. Now you took it away. And then when I asked, why isn't it there? They said, higher ups said, we're not putting it in. Who's the higher ups? Who's the one that said, no, don't put it back in there? This is a school street. Anybody that knows Glenville, it's the main racing drag from Boulevard of Eagles to Idlewild. And I'm waiting for a kid to get hit. Not that I want to see it, but that's the only way that this is going to get fixed, is when somebody gets hit. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that at all. But it's going to happen, especially this day and age, the way people drive. I don't want that on my conscience, and I'm sure the way that you were talking about safety before, I hope you don't want it on your conscience. But I wish you would put it back. It's marked on the street that you were going to put it there. And everybody thought, well, they'll probably put it right before school started. Okay, didn't happen. School opened up, nothing. I went down to the town. I sent a letter to the mayor. Some lady said that she'll send it to the police department and engineering. Okay, didn't hear nothing back. I sent something to engineering, never heard boo. I go down to engineering 2 weeks ago, and that's when I find out that they stopped it, and it was from the higher ups. I don't know who the higher ups are in this town, but somebody's got to do something. And they said, come to the meeting and talk to you people. So that's what I'm doing. I just hope that you do something about it because you need it. If you just park your car there from 7:15 to 8:30, you'll see the racing. You go there noontime when you get kids coming out of high school. And then go there at 2:10 till 6:30, 7 o'clock and see what it's like. It's Raceway Alley. Somebody's going to get hit. I've already seen cars get hit. Parked cars. You don't need that. And I'm sure you don't want to see and have that on your conscience if a kid gets hurt. That's all I have to say.
Thank you,
Thank
sir. If I can request to the administration, because I know several areas around the township have had speed humps removed. Can I request the traffic division go to those locations, specifically around school areas, to see what the actual metrics are and what recommendations could be made for traffic calming measures? Thank you.
Council President?
Yes.
To ask Deputy Chief, can you shed any light on this situation with the removal of speed humps? And are there other remedial actions being taken instead of speed humps?
This is the first time I'm hearing about the speed humps. On whether they're going back or not, I don't know the status of those. Speed humps are one of many possible traffic calming devices that can be utilized on a roadway. I can certainly have our traffic unit look at those areas and work with the administration, as well as the engineering office, to see about possible remediation.
Thank you. Sir, if I can just request to possibly give your contact information to our deputy clerk, I'll make sure to follow up with you. Thank you. Lady in the, the madam in the back. I was just going to offer her.
Somebody else?
Yeah, if that's okay. I appreciate the understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much for letting me share my concern about Edison Water.
Could I ask name and address?
I'm so sorry. I'm a little nervous. My name is Evelyn Cook. I'm at 904 Marywood Drive.
Thank you. You got the floor.
And we are with the Edison Manor HOA. Last Thursday, I called the Edison Water Company to come and turn my shut-off valve outside and my front lawn off. And they took the information and quoted me some rates to shut off and turn on water until they learned that I was part of an HOA. Now, in my HOA, where I have lived and paid taxes for 37 years, we have private property, and our private property is not handled or taken care of by our HOA. So they refused to come out and turn off my water. My situation was very simple. I needed to replace my hot water tank. The shutoff valve inside my home underneath my water meter would not shut off fully. I could not get my hot water tank installed and my plumbing upgraded to take care of that without the main shutoff in my yard turned off. The vendor told me that, he could not turn it off, that Edison Water had to do so, because if anything was damaged, then he could be fined. So we tried our best to locate it, and I was personally out there digging in my 5 by 6 foot front yard to find the shutoff valve. I was unsuccessful in finding it. We employed a geotechnical scanning company to come out and map it out, and he located a spot that our valve should be. I dug and dug and dug, and again, we could not find our shutoff valve. Well, we eventually did turn off our water by freezing the pipes, and our project of the hot water tank was installed, and our plumbing was updated so that we would never encounter this again. My concern is that because I'm an individual owner, I individually pay my taxes, and I'm individually responsible for all repairs in my property that's mapped out, that we get the same service as any other standalone property on any other street. It seems like we are being treated differently, and I feel like a second-class citizen, that I'm not entitled to the same services when it comes to particularly utilities. And I want you to just think for a moment, if you called up PSE&G with a gas leak and they said, oh no, we can't come out and service you because you're in an HOA, it could cause a lot of problems, obviously. But again, I want the same services. I believe we deserve the same services of anyone else that is a private property owner, which I am. So I wanted to also suggest that, Edison Water could devise a service plan to cover such, situations, so that, they don't have to dig into their budget and exceed that budget, and they can create a separate revenue stream for these kinds of services. I've seen things on TV advertised for water and sewer lines at $8.99 a month. It could be another revenue stream for Edison Water to continue to provide services. When I, have never ever had any issue ever before, and I was never informed that, this was my responsibility. I think the public should be also advised and notified, and we were never notified that this was our new responsibility because of the Edison Water takeover. So I just want, everyone's voice to be heard that is in our situation, because we are contributing members of our community. I noticed there were 4 homes on Plainfield Avenue that were added where one single home was located. So I know that I, as a homeowner in a townhouse, as a private, owner, pay as much taxes as any one particular home in the community. The taxes are the same for the same value. And I think that Edison has benefited by communities like ours, probably at 4 times the amount of taxes to support the community. And we have educated a lot of our children.
I
Speaker's time
apologize,
has
ma'am.
elapsed.
Speaker, the
Thank you.
time's elapsed.
Thank you very much for letting me be heard.
Thank you. Yes, sir. And just in fairness, I didn't hear any questions, so I just want to make sure.
Council President, there were no questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council President and Council members. My name is Imtiaz Siamwala, Victoria Park Community on Hannah Road, Edison.
Thank you.
I would like to hand copies of the points that I'm going to discuss, with your permission.
To our deputy clerk, please. Thank you.
I've been a resident of Edison for 20 plus years. I'm sure many of my friends, neighbors, similar situations. We all know the traffic situation in Edison has gotten horrible, especially in the last few years with the multiple warehouses that have come up, huge trucks driving through residential neighborhoods. It's a huge problem. And on top of that, we keep on letting new warehouses come into our town. I understand, it's a lucrative town because the highways are close by, but what about the residents that have been living here for 2+ decades? I remember when I first came, it was a nice, quiet town to be in, not anymore. So why am I here? I'm here to bring your attention to a couple of situations that I have noticed as a resident. And if I was to take a poll in this room today and ask who from here is not compassionate, I don't think anybody's going to raise their hands, including the council members. Everybody is compassionate. But how are we taking this compassion and influxing in the rules and regulations we make for our town? Simple things, I mean, when we make these adjustments, when we make these rules, do we think about these things with compassion, or do we put a price value on it, right? That's the difference, and that's where I want to draw your attention. I live in Victoria Park, and the issues that I see on an everyday basis, let me give an example. The corner of Ethel Road and Brotherhood Street. Our community has security cameras, and we come across so many fender benders, accidents on a regular basis. Unreal. Another example, the corner of Ethel Road and Talmadge, right by the Bank of America. I invite all of you, come to my town, come to my street, try to make that left turn from Ethel Road onto Talmadge.
No way.
I want you guys to experience that, because that is actually, a life-threatening issue in some cases. And we have brought this up multiple times with the authorities, and it goes on deaf ears. How do we address this? Again, I come to my question of compassion. If we have compassion, we'll work on these things. You know why? Because how many accidents is it going to take for us to do something about it? Or are we waiting for a fatality? And how many fatalities are going to be enough? Is 1 enough? Is 15 enough? How many fatalities before we do something about it? To me, 1 is too much. And I'm begging this council to look into such situations which are just around me, okay? Another example, the bicycle paths were just painted on Talmadge Road. It's a very heavy truck traveled road. By painting these bike lanes on it, you have just taken away real estate for drivers, because now on both sides with the bike lanes, the streets have become smaller. I understand that may be a safety concern that you may have, but at what price? Is it the right choice? Again, did we use our compassion, or we just, somebody sitting behind a drawing board and said, this is the right thing to do, let's do it. At what? At taxpayers' dollars. So I urge you all to take a look, make a drive around these neighborhoods that I'm telling you, experience for yourselves, and see how things can be changed, because I think it's about time we change things. And since I have a few more minutes, I'm going to back up my friends and neighbors here in reference to the water situation. I think it is unfair that an individual gets 6 minutes and a town representative gets endless time and say things which we don't agree and we don't have a chance to rebut, right? And this needs to be also considered. We can bang the hammer and shut people down, but we have to provide opportunities to hear the real concerns and address those concerns rather than shutting people. We come to you for help. If you cannot help, where else do we go? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Council President, oh.
Just as a point of order,
Yes,
could you
Councilman Brescher?
Could you just explain to the public about the rebuttal? Because we do have that. We just moved this at this time.
Yes. The rebuttal aspect is a 3-minute opportunity to come up and speak again. But a rebuttal, in my understanding, is that it is on a topic, because if you've already discussed a topic, then that was your opportunity to speak on that specific thing. The rebuttal is on a topic that was not initially discussed by yourself as the speaker, and is in not necessarily disagreement, but opposing viewpoint on the topic being discussed. So just to provide clarity on that, just for people's understandings in regards to the 6 minutes. First Amendment aspect, if I provide for one, I have to provide for all. So if I have to maintain decorum, I have to make sure that we perform council duties. And again, it's not meant to be disrespectful, not meant to be rude. but I'm trying to abide by the legal aspect here. In regards to questions that were posed, does anyone have any comments?
I wanted to ask a question because the lady before I got to speak in the back was talking about I don't know that Edison Water does it, that you pay $8.99 a month to protect your water in case something happens in your lawn.
Just if okay, just because it was in regards to the speaker that had just
I'm going to
spoken.
lead right back into that, but I just wanted to make sure that that was how is
That's a
that?
private insurance, Councilwoman, that wouldn't be carried out by the utility.
Okay, because my utilities covers that, so that's why I was trying to get clarity, because that's why she felt like a second-class citizen, because her utilities, Edison doesn't do it, but Middlesex and other places do it, so
They're
that's,
still carried by private companies, those liabilities that you take out. They're not by the water companies themselves.
oh, so they're not sent out and offered to them at all. And for the young man that spoke there and talked about the intersection at Ethel Road, I know, I've tried that for the longest. There's no way to get it. And I understand with the overdevelopment that we're having in this area. And, you know, I know about the bike paths and stuff, and I myself have asked for more sidewalks because I think we deserve sidewalks in Edison. And I think that because we're trying to go electric cars and do all these other healthy things, like I think us being able to walk from point A to point B would be a good deal, sir. So, I mean, I'm looking hard on the information, and I'm like you, and I'm like the rest of Edison now. I'm thoroughly I'm deeply saddened because you've been here that many years, I've been here longer, and I'm seeing that this place is not going in the direction that I wanted to go in, sir. But, with anything I can do, whatever to help, and we're gonna make sure our traffic division checks on the different areas and stuff, because Ethel Road is not a private road. So, and it leads into Talmadge, and Talmadge is very, very dangerous, and so is New Brunswick Avenue. As far as I'm concerned, the trucks go that way too, sir. So I'll just look into it more. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can just comment directly on the question in regards to what about the residents in regards to the warehouse aspect? If there's a specific warehouse that you see trucks that are traversing Ethel Road, if you know the exact location of it, often what the planning board does as a condition of approval, they'll have, say, you can't make a left turn on Ethel to use that. And I'm speaking from I know a warehouse application that was approved last year where that was a condition of approval where you can't make that left. You have to go down to Kilmer, go down to Road 2, and then make the around. So if there's a specific company or location that you notice that these specific trucks are coming from, we could check against their approval to see if there was any conditions to see if they are breaking that condition. And yeah, it asked about, do we make the right choice, for instance, with the bike paths on Talmadge? From a personal experience, I've seen people walk on Talmadge even without any markings. So at minimum, if there's opportunity to at least create awareness that there may be individuals on the corners, I find that to be a benefit, but I do understand the comment about, then you're reducing the width of the road from a driving perspective. Yes, Councilman Patel?
Mr. Itmis, all of this speaks to me. I really care about pedestrians and walking because I truly feel that when it's your home, you should be able to walk nearby. You should not be stuck in your home and not be stuck having to get into the car to go anywhere else without the safety of being bike paths or pedestrian crosswalks and whatever it is. So if you can give your contact information to the clerk, I would love to follow up with you on these issues and make sure that, we get these done. At least start the process. As you know, governments can be slow, but we will start the process and we'll get somewhere, okay?
Councilman Patel?
Thank you, Council President. I hear the concern. I lived in that neighborhood for years. And in fact, in 2018, when I was a council president, I did recommend limiting the truck traffic. At least put the cap on the timing. Have that specific duration, no truck will be allowed. But again, it failed because there was not enough support on this council dais. The other aspect is, you're right, you cannot make left turn, or in fact, even the right turn is difficult on Ethel and Talmadge Road. That's why people take the shortcut, they try to bypass, they go to Brooklyn, and it pops up another problem. They cannot take a left or right on Durham Avenue. So we have the situation. It's not something not aware, that everybody's aware. I think you said it rightly. It's a willingness to solve the problem. And there are ways. I'm very hopeful that we have the deputy chief here. He heard you. We'll have some traffic study done around that neighborhood. In fact, visually, I can tell you it's impossible to make the left and right turn. It's a very crowded, very difficult road. Another question that was brought up was, is there a possibility of streamlining the signals between where the Walgreens signal is and right on the New Brunswick Avenue is? If you look at the delays, in probably 2 cars moves out and light turns on. So that also backs out the traffic. There is a huge problem there. And of course, there is a grocery store on the corner, and there are a bunch of commercial areas. So again, council person to council person, I will ask administration to have our traffic unit go out there and possibly see if we can have the blinking light or some flashing light or some sort of a way to begin with the process. Eventually, we'll probably, with the traffic study, we'll land up into the signal, but we have the limitation in terms of where that can be put in. The other thing that was brought up was the Brotherhood. That's a terrible spot. Unfortunately, that is something the boundary lines of the town changes across the street and the Edison. So again, this will have to work between the 2 mayors or the 2 administration to look at what else can be done in that neighborhood. Again, it's very dangerous. And most of the time, people do come from that side of the house. I don't know, it's a South Plainfield or Piscataway, but it's not a good area to, I would say. Let's see what we can do and help the resident. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman
Council
Steele.
President?
Yes, Council Vice President Harris.
Yes, what this gentleman has brought up is a reflection on a large problem in this town. The traffic has gotten greater and greater, much more volume, and there are so many places now that really would require another look at whether it's stop signs or stop lights. This is, from my observation, I don't know if this is true, it seems to me that there have been a lot more accidents, traffic accidents in Edison, a lot more pedestrian and traffic accidents. I know there was a fatal one, or I don't know if it was fatal, but there was one on Route 1 where a pedestrian was hit, and constantly ones on Route 1. But on the Edison roads themselves, we have some major infrastructure problems that are requiring much more remedial action. So your points are very well taken, and I hope that this body can attend to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none.
Camille Money, 79 6th Street,
Thank you.
Edison, New Jersey. At a point in time, we were here to talk about some issues. We've been here to talk about water. We've been here to talk about overdevelopment. We've been here to talk about warehouse springing up and taking over every places. When we talk about overdevelopment, we talk about how water takes over our streets when it rains. The school is overdeveloped and everything is going whichever way people want it to go. No one is actually thinking about us, that those things are affecting the way we live. We come specifically to request for an advocate. We've talked about it for a while, and some of the council people were given the opportunity to help us to request for it. And we've not heard anything back. I've come specifically to ask. We need an advocate, the one that will be able to fight on behalf of the citizen. When we talk about an advocate, we are not asking for a public negotiator that will be handpicked and given to us. We want the one that will think about what is happening at Anna Street, what is happening at Charlie Brown, the one happening at J Dynasty, the one happening in our school, the overflowing of water running in a street, the one that will look at us and put the value of the life of the residents and the citizen over whichever way it is being done. By myself now, I know that elections have consequences, either good or bad. As it is now, it's not favoring us, the citizen. Our own election has given us the consequences that is bringing flood into the home, that is making the school overcrowded, that is making some people to pay for water that they did not even use. And the list goes on and on and on and on. Our own at Clara Barton will give us a little above whatever you are getting. It will prevent us from seeing sunlight. It will give us opportunity to maybe to move from one block to the other will take us like an hour now. We may have to look out very well to make sure that our children get to school, because things are really changing fast. Whenever you are, if you are sleeping, remember, whatsoever we do, our names on it. At the end of the day, people will actually talk about us. People are talking about you, Brescia, that sometimes you always ask why. Some people are talking about the other people that they look out for us. Some people are talking about the other people that when you bring facts up, they laugh or they do that because they believe, oh, she has come with trouble. We have not come. All we are asking is that you treat us the way you want to be treated, the way you want your children to be treated, the way you just want people to do to you. I'm a Black American girl, tiny, that does not know what they want. But I know that we all have, as we sit there, we want quality of life for ourselves. We want good quality of life for our families. Remember us, that the road, the policemen, the firemen, if you didn't do the road well, if it's overflooded, in as much as we are in jeopardy, they are too. Because when there's a problem, if they're coming in to help us, they will not be able to do that. So when you sleep at night, remember, some people are suffering. They've bought peace with their money, but the way at which you are increasing the warehouse, approving everything, putting 4-story, putting 3-bedroom into 6 places in a plot of land, is affecting us. Remember, elections have consequences. People have talked to you today. Whatever is being said, kindly help. It will go a long way. We want a public advocate, not a public negotiator. We want the one that knows what is good and have a little bit fear of God so that we don't lose anything. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I didn't hear a specific question, and I'm going to maintain to that. Sir in the back?
Hi, I'm Tom Kamalo, 141 Grandview Avenue West.
Thank you.
I just want to make what I hope are some brief comments and some suggestions. I guess off the top of my head, I would like to start by saying 141 is a great place to live, and I invite anybody from the other subject matters brought up today to discuss that and how compare and contrast with 141 for their 3-minute rebuttal. I'd also like to say a question about what happens to the recycling in this town. You might know or not know scrap metal has actually gone up in price in the past couple years, which could be an additional revenue stream. Aluminum cans are going for over 50 cents a pound now. So it's a small drop in the bucket, but it's drops in the bucket. The last thing is I just want to give some sympathy to the people working with their water leak. I also live in a townhouse complex. Thank goodness we have Middlesex Water. It kind of seems that Edison's public utility should offer at least the same services that a private utility would offer, considering they don't have a choice whether they're using Edison water or not. I can't imagine, unless you're going to let them put in a Middlesex Water line. And that's all I've got on the top of my head now. Thank you, and everybody have a good night.
Thank you. Pertaining to the question of recycling, my understanding is that we do receive funds per tonnage, but I'll get clarification. If you'd like to leave your contact info with the deputy clerk, I'll make sure to follow up with you.
So how would I do that? Just now?
She'll come. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Diana Jaffe, 86 Laurel Hollow Court.
Thank you.
I hate to add this because there's been so many legitimate complaints tonight, but I do have a traffic issue also. Inman Avenue meets Raritan Road. Everybody familiar there?
Yeah, I am.
When you go to make a left-hand turn, I've been there for over 30 years. If you're making a left, going into South Plainfield, you cannot see on the right the cars. The street has bushes. During the summer and the spring and the fall, you can't see. During the winter, you can look over and you can pretty much see cars coming from the Scotch Plains area. There is no light there. There should be. It looks like a place that would need a traffic light, but it is so dangerous. You cannot see oncoming traffic. So as somebody who's done that, I've been going that way for many years. I was just wondering if anybody had ever brought that to anybody's attention, or if not, it should be really looked at. So that's all I really have to say.
Council President?
Thank you. I didn't hear a question, but if I can request through the administration to add that to the list of areas to look at, I'd appreciate it.
I want to ask, is that our property at the end of that road?
That's still Edison, isn't it?
Yes.
That's still Edison, all the way to that Raritan Road?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because I just seen the Plainfield Country Club is in Edison, duh.
Right, and then down the road, it becomes Maple Avenue and South Plainfield.
Yes. Yeah, it's very dangerous.
And just one more question. This is a question. The sign on our street that says Timberline Drive, it's faded and you can barely see it. Whose responsibility is that? I don't know, to change it. A street
You're
sign.
referring to the street sign?
Yeah.
We'll take a look at that.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was Timberline Drive, correct?
Right.
Council President.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Boyle?
I know that area well, and over some time, it's grown to be a lot more than it used to be. And if we can look into seeing if we have implied consent to, correct that site triangle, it's fatal. You can't make a left-hand turn there.
I appreciate the comments, but
Thank you.
there wasn't a pertaining.
No problem. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen. My name is Ritesh Modi. I'm from 21 Frost Avenue, Edison.
Thank you.
So actually, I'm just adding up what other people are facing. I live on Frost Avenue, and we have a major problem in Calvert Avenue and Grove Avenue, right? The roads are not aligned, and it's like a major traffic going on the Calvert because it's one of the major road, though not highway, but it's still a major road. And the second problem, right, unique problem we have is because that road is not aligned, the traffic is messed up, right? Even when I'm driving, I'm scared to drive there because 4 streets are meeting there. So my kid has to walk because Edison school board came with the new policy if you live within the 1 mile. So all the west people who live on the west side, they need to cross the Grove Avenue and the Calvert Avenue road to go to the school. And this is for the elementary school. So I just wanted your help, like, because you represent us, and I'm sure you're gonna look into this, that what can be done, like put a traffic light or something so that kids can safely cross the road, because now they made it mandatory that they can't provide the subscription anymore. So I would really appreciate if you could do something for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just as a point of clarification, I believe the deputy chief had mentioned that was an option that the administration was looking at, particularly to the traffic light. Thank you. Ms. Horgan?
Maria Orchid, 83 Jefferson.
Thank you.
My first question is there a rain date for the Fall Family Spectacular, since it was not on last Saturday? The Jazz Festival is tomorrow. Looking forward to hopefully nice weather. The Friends of the Library is getting ready to have a book and bake sale. Donations are requested. That would be donations in the beginning of October, and the book and bake sale is October 21st and 22nd. This Saturday will be the fall bulk pickup for Section 9. Please have your items out. And DPW does a wonderful job picking everything up. The Edison Police Department will have Wheels for Paws on October 7th. It's a fundraiser for the animal shelter, duly needed. There's a Walk Ride Middlesex on October 8th, run by our wonderful Open Space Committee. I am in favor of the public advocate. There is a lot of overbuilding in Edison, and we're losing that quaint feeling. And my last point is a follow-up on the deer study. I just heard there was a deer in another part of New Jersey that fell off a ramp and someone was killed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything in regards to the Fall Family Day being rescheduled?
No, there is no rain date.
Thank you. And I'll follow up on the deer study. I apologize. I haven't as of since the last council meeting. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Nasser, Pleasant Avenue.
Thank you.
Tonight, I want to discuss several issues, including the term the Mayor Joshi team. This branding appeared during the June primary, and it appeared once again on the BOE election. To be honest, I never quite understood this branding, because even though I served as a committee person under Mayor Joshi's administration, the Mayor Joshi team elected to run 2 people against me. During the course of the election, my district received many political mailers that tried to rewrite the history by saying that my unelected opponents were the reason that the mayor achieved successes. That makes a little sense. I am sure that this was an honest mistake. In the end, I was reelected by my district because of my merits and how active I am. I share my personal story with you because I don't understand why the mayor should be involved in the BOE elections. From my understanding, the BOE and the mayor are 2 separate entities. We noticed by fiscally looking at our taxes. This year, the school tax showed no increase. Conversely, the township property taxes went up, but overall, the taxes on the Edison residents went down because the county taxes were reduced. With the BOE being its own entity, it is unclear why the mayor would be involved, especially when the BOE is not supposed to be political. It is difficult for me not to see politics with the Mayor Joshi team that consists of 3 BOE candidates, 2 of them brand new, yet all 3 have a tagline that says the Mayor Joshi team secured $37.7 million for public school expansion. It seems questionable that these 2 new candidates are getting credit for something they didn't do. Now let's circle back to the term Mayor Joshi team when it was used in the primary race for both committee and council members. I think it's okay for the mayor to endorse council members, but I do not feel it's ethical to endorse a committee member. A committee member is an elected official by the people of their district to be a point of contact when a major neighborhood issue is abroad. If a committee person is doing their job, a person will gladly re-elect them, and no endorsement by a politician is necessary. When a committee person is endorsed, their objectivity could become into question, especially if they would not have won without the endorsement. The objectivity of a committee member is crucial. Committee people have the power to decide which mayoral candidate or council member will be on the Democratic line of primaries. Since the candidates on the Democratic line usually win, not only do they have the power to determine who will be the next mayor or council people, but they also indirectly have influence on who will be on committees, zoning, and planning, etc. Now that brings me to my next point, why we need a public advocate. A committee person is a safeguard in the voting process, but a safeguard is needed to question everyday decisions when things affect certain neighborhoods with respect to overreaching land developers. The safeguard we need is in the form of a public advocate. It is my belief that residents, including council members, should be able to enjoy their life and not have to put up fights in town hall every time there are obscene variances or zoning changes that change the neighborhood drastically. Council members should not feel like they have to be mute on a topic because they need to recuse themselves if they have to do a vote when the planning board gets it wrong. Neighbors shouldn't have to empty their bank accounts to hire legal experts despite the logical arguments of the people. This is not sustainable. A committee was held to establish parameters for when a public advocate would be involved. Why have there been no votes or discussions about the draft ordinance? Were the parameters not well defined? With all the issues in the town from billboards, Silver Lake, Charlie Brown, townhouses, 4-story development, and flooding on Amboy Avenue, do we not have enough evidence to see that we need a public advocate? Why should we not get protection? From discussions with several council members, I have a feeling that the majority of you are not for the public advocate. For the minority that are in favor, please let us know why you are. And this is an election year, as many have said. For those of you that are on the fence, let us tell us what you need as clarification. If you are against the public advocate, I ask that you tell the public why you are forcing them to waste both their free time and money to rectify issues by zoning or planning, and why you are okay with lowering the quality of life for those you serve. And finally, what is your viable alternative to public advocate? Because the public always keeps showing you that the system is broken. We've heard that lots of times tonight.
Thank you. I'm just going to address something real quick. Why have there been no votes? No ordinance has been provided to me. So I can't put up something that I have not seen. So I'm just going to address that right there. I'll offer to,
Yeah, Council
yes,
President,
Council
yes.
Vice President Harris.
Yeah, so just to give you a status update on where we are with this. Councilman Brescher and Mr. Bassoff and I had a conference call with Lou Raynon. Mr. Bassoff actually had drafted an ordinance, and Mr. Raynon had some issues with it, and we had probably a little bit over an hour-long Zoom conference about this. And he said he had some issues with it, and we said basically whatever issues you have with the ordinance as it has been drafted by Mr. Bassoff, just let us know what we need to do to fix it. And so he said, okay, and that was 2 weeks ago. I had emailed Mr. Raynon last Friday, about what's the status of the update, what's the update about the rewording and tweaking of the ordinance. Didn't hear anything back. Yesterday, I emailed again, and he said that he's leaving for vacation next week, and he would try to get it done before, but otherwise it would have to wait until next week. So we're waiting. We're on board with getting an ordinance before this council, and but we're at the mercy right now of the attorney getting the tweaking of the ordinance done.
Okay, that answers that question. Do I still have time?
Unfortunately, not. But Councilman Patil?
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Council Vice President, for the latest and greatest updates. We have had, quite a few meetings. We went to the extent, I would say, bending backward to draft an ordinance to at least get something started, and then we can enhance. So that was an idea. I think this is almost 6 months now, going back and forth with the revisions. Unfortunately, we were at the point saying, if we don't get an ordinance, we'll move the motion on the dais. In fact, there was a sentiment during the election time that let's put this and see who oppose, and I don't like that stuff. Even I'm in fully support of the public advocate. I never like to introduce the politics in doing the right things. That's my personal opinion. So we waited till the primary was over, and here we stand. We are waiting for our attorney, and hopefully before the next meeting, we'll have the updated ordinance that we should be able to introduce. I think that's the latest and greatest. Our understanding, at least my understanding, is the ordinance is tweaked enough that it should be agreeable to the majority of the council members. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Brescher?
Council President, to your question as to why the mayor comes out for Board of Ed people, as the public can see, right, on the administration side, I've pointed out hundreds of times about the overspending that we have. Okay, his goal is to take over the Board of Education because the Board of Education is going to be spending $200 million on renovations. So it's all about getting those vendors the money. I mean, most of the people in this room are educated enough to know this. It's the general public that the mailer goes out where the lies come out, where he made it sound like this body was the one that didn't raise your taxes, which would be a lie. The school board lowered their taxes and the county lowered their taxes. This body did increase it. It wasn't exorbitant, but there's a problem with the truth in most of the mailers that come out from this administration. So your answer is yes, the mayor wants to control it so he can give the money to the vendors. I mean, in essence, that's where we're going. Look at the votes on the council when we vote on products or vendors, and certain people complain about the amount of money. Or we even have other votes where we're going to give vendors money that maybe our vendors should be held accountable for. So your answer to your question, that's my answer. Thank you for coming here tonight. Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Schiff-Freeman?
Akhtar, excuse me. I didn't mean for you.
Taking a lot of time, so I didn't want to stay up.
No. I know you're 6 minutes. You should have just talked it out and then waited for the end for your questions. But because you and the rest of the neighborhood, and I've seen a lot of people come here tonight, they're really disturbed in the direction that Edison is going. And I know that deep down in their heart, all these people are saying, nobody's helping us. Nobody's helping us. So the only thing that they can think on their mind right now is that, can we get a public advocate? But because of the political atmosphere, I'll be amazed if it happens before the election. I really be, you know what I mean? And I know you understand because you got a strong history background and you know the way politics goes. So, I'm saddened by a lot of this stuff, and most of the people who've been here like 36, 37 years, and they see this town turn into nothing but oversized warehouses. I'm sorry to say that, but that's true. And people should not be involved in the Board of Ed. Like Councilman Brescher said, how could you have done 37 million things and you never even been on the Board of Ed before? Okay, I don't like that we're promoting falsehoods to young people who, that are impressionable, even at your level that you teach at, that you can't bring the articles into your classroom in order for them to look at the current events because you have to say, oh, this is not true, that's not true. So, just for us to be honest and teach our children the proper way, because we do want more involvement in politics, going on in the future, I said, we need to stop that whole thing where my team, your team, wearing whatever team. Let's do it fairly. Let's let everybody, run, and everybody should get a fair shot, and nobody should be endorsing anybody, because when you do that, you wind up like some of our other people that wind up in like orange suits. So that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
In regards to in favor on the fence, I need to see what the language is to be able to make any comment on that. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Council President?
Yes, pertaining to any other.
Just wanted to admit, for the public advocate, I have to say the pros and cons I have is if it was self-funded by the neighborhood or a contributing person and it was private funded, I think that could be an alternative route. It's when you use public funds to argue with the development project. What I'm concerned with is the appeal process. I'm fully in support of something private, something nonprofit, where, neighborhoods get together and raise money. I don't think it's a big lift each year in the cost each year to have a nonprofit represent the communities at large. It's just, I'd want to get the legal advice on what ramification we'd have by having tax dollars fund in the appeal process of that. That's all. I mean, so hey, what you're doing, I think it's a great idea. It's good. You've been working hard at it, and so many people in this room have. But I don't think you're going to be spending more than $50,000 a year doing this. It just, an alternative route may be the best solution in the same outcome, because you just want more professionals to testify at each hearing, which is probably only about 2,000 per testimony. You don't have 50 cases a year you're arguing. It's probably only about 5-6 cases a year. So I'm just concerned with allocating of funds and where those funds come from. So I'm definitely open to sit down with my colleagues about that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before proceeding, just because I would anticipate us going past 10 o'clock, at this point, can I put a motion on to extend the meeting past 10?
Motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
Prior, just for clarification, can we set a time limit on that? And then if it gets to that point and we need to extend it further, we can motion again, but just for procedural purposes. So
By
say-
an hour.
All right, so a motion on the table to extend the meeting till 11 p.m.
Second.
at the moment. So motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. And again, this is to allow for the meeting to extend past 10 o'clock up to 11 o'clock.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmembership Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. Is there?
Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane.
Thank you.
So as we've heard loud and clear, the basic function of a municipality is to protect the health, safety, quality of life, and the property values of its residents. Now, if someone sets fire to a piece of property, our first-class fire department will come in and put out that fire because it's a threat to health and safety, and it could destroy property. And if the police finds an arsonist who set that fire, they'll investigate, they'll arrest that arsonist, because we have a first-class police department, and we're willing, as a collective society, to spend millions of dollars on our police and our fire to protect our health, safety, our quality of life, and ultimately the property values that underlie the tax revenue of this municipality. And no one questions that. Nobody here would say that if a particular piece of property caught fire, that, well, the neighbors of that property should raise the money to fight the fire, or the neighbors should raise the money to arrest the arsonist. We realize that that's a town-wide responsibility, and we're all happy to pay it. But if a developer owns a particular piece of property, that developer could go to the zoning board and get government approval to put up something that will destroy the health, safety, quality of life, and ultimately the property values of the neighborhood, right? It could be a warehouse that'll bring in truck traffic that can endanger the residents. It could be a digital billboard that'll shine in your window and destroy your quality of life and destroy your property values. It could be a 4-story apartment building or office block that will tower over single-family residences. Now, generally, the residents that will be affected have very good arguments why a zoning board or planning board should not approve that project. Now, 100 people from the neighborhood can show up and they can make perfectly valid arguments, but they're lay people. They don't know how to effectively cross-examine the myriad witnesses that a well-financed developer will bring in. And those witnesses are paid to give dozens of reasons why this project will enhance the township and follows all aspects of municipal land use law. Very often, those experts are wrong. But the neighbors have to prove that they're wrong. It's not enough just for lay people to come in and say that they're wrong. They need a lawyer, an experienced land use lawyer, an independent lawyer that can go in there and cross-examine those so-called expert witnesses and set an airtight record as to why that project is wrong. They need to bring in expert witnesses that will give objective testimony to establish why the developer's expert witnesses are wrong. And if they don't do that, then even if the zoning board or the planning board votes down the project, that developer has the resources. The developer will go to court and get a judge to force the planning board or the zoning board to allow that warehouse or that digital billboard or that 4-story building that will destroy the property values and the quality of life of the neighborhood. Now, to say that in some circumstances, we understand that we have a collective responsibility to stop these destructive things from happening. If it's a fire, if it's a criminal, if a property is allowed to become decrepit, this township and collectively we will spend tens of thousands or even millions of dollars to ultimately condemn it. But to say that if a developer threatens the health, safety, quality of life, or property values of a neighborhood, then for the township that collects our tax dollars to say, no, you're on your own. If you can't raise the money to pay for the land use lawyer and to pay for the expert witnesses, well, that's just too bad for you. That's not right. Someone else mentioned that we're all in this together. You have to have compassion for people in all parts of town that are facing these threats to their properties. So that's my message to anyone who questions why we need a public advocate. And if you say that the zoning board or the planning board can just do it on their own, the fact is they can't. And that's what the courts will say. So we need that public advocate, and we need it soon, because the warehouse applications and the billboard applications are still coming in, and people have to have a way to effectively fight back, and it's our collective responsibility to give them the opportunity and the means to do so.
I didn't hear a particular question.
Council
President, there was no question. Yeah.
My point, Council President, and Joe, I think you're doing a great.
Hold on. No. I did not hear a question. That was
7 questions.
well, very well eloquent. You have 30 seconds. If you would like to pose it as a question, by all means.
Okay. Well, a question would be, why is it appropriate or fair to force individual neighbors to do something that should be a communal responsibility?
My point I raised before, the work you're doing is great, and it's needed. And the point of having someone at each one of these meetings to publicly stand up for, their neighborhood is important. I agree with you. What I'm curious about, which you don't have answers to today, and we don't have, is whether or not your direction will effectuate and help and stop an appeal from them coming back. So what I'd like to see for you is that something that comes together that works. I mean, using tax dollars may not be the answer. That's all I'm saying. I just want to know what the process is. You don't have the experience to prove that at the moment, and I'm just asking. That's all. I'm open to what you want to do. I care. But it's just, that's the question I have.
And I'll
That's
be
all.
happy to have that
I mean, that's
discussion.
all.
We're not going to have cross after the 6 minutes.
Okay.
I appreciate the understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back.
Hi, Harish Thatineni, 45 McKinley Street.
Thank you.
So going back to the traffic safety issue, I wanted to add 2 more roads, intersections. I think 4 are already covered, and Ritesh covered the Grove and Calvert. So there is that Old Post Road and Boulevard of Eagles, and another one is from the Plainfield Avenue when we go to Woodrow Wilson Middle School. So I guess these were discussed earlier for traffic signals. Not sure what is the status. But there is also some suggestion that I wanted to bring up. I know traffic signals, obviously, the actual green, yellow, red lights, they take some time. Formal traffic study has to be conducted for a few months, and then government projects, obviously, they have to go through bureaucratic hurdles. So, but in the interim, can we do something else, like having a crossing guard or a police vehicle during school hours, or in their case, erecting a speed hump, or at least some physical signs there. I don't know if we still need the 3-month or 6-month traffic study for those, but that is something to think about. So that is about the traffic. And needless to mention, on the water issue, I am with the residents there of the Homeowners Association. I'm not sure what exactly was the agreement when Edison Water was brought in, whether they were exempted from servicing such communities or not. But when there is no history of any new ordinance from the council mandating homeowners association to take care of such responsibilities. I really do not know what the confusion is. So I would like to know if there was any such agreements without the knowledge of the council, which the township may have done with Edison Water. So I suggested to Sridhar to opera that agreement, if at all there is one. And the third thing, and the most important one for which I came last time, but obviously didn't have the time to speak. It is about the sidewalks. Again, this comes under the safety aspect, not only for the school kids or the senior citizens or who do the morning and evening walks, but in general, from the beautification purpose also for the township. Ours is a pretty old city, and we don't have sidewalks in most of the places. So I was thinking if an ordinance can be brought about mandating sidewalks at the time of resale of grandfathered homes. As of now, the rule says that for any new residential construction, the sidewalks and the formal apron and everything is mandatory. But for the grandfathered homes, it is they keep on going on like that. And I believe the useful life of a house might be around 50 years. So we obviously can't sit for 50 years without sidewalks, especially in areas where there are schools. I know I sent a WhatsApp message to most of the council members. We had some brief discussion. Ajay Patil and myself, Nishit, said he will look into it. So instead of waiting for 50 years, what I'm thinking is, since a lot of people actually moved to Edison because of the school's reputation, and they stay for 10 to 12 years and then they move out. So this thing could probably be speeded up, the sidewalk process, from 50 to 10 years. if we had such an ordinance mandating the construction of a sidewalk when they sell off the home and move out. I mean, how exactly the cost will be shared, that is between the buyer and the seller. Obviously, township doesn't want to get involved in that, but is there such a possibility of bringing such a new rule going forward? That is worth analyzing. That's what I thought. And on a similar note, on the sidewalks, at the intersection of Rivier and New Dover, I noticed that first 3 houses on the west side, obviously they are grandfathered homes. They don't have sidewalks. But what is bothering is, after the sidewalk, there is supposed to be a patch of grass and then the actual cement border and then the apron. So their bushes are all the way up till the apron area. So that is actually creating a kind of a blind spot, taking a right turn over there. The road also becomes narrow, pretty much similar to what we had on the Plainfield Avenue near the Charlie Brown's area. So I do not know if that is how the property is supposed to be or not, but who can look into this? Is it the engineering or some other department? So that's all I had. The traffic signal, 2 additions, the water and the sidewalks, and this 4th one at the intersection of Rivier and.
Speaker's time has elapsed.
Thank you. Pertaining to your questions, Old Post Road and Boulevard of Beatles, I know that they are still working on that. I believe part of that was, before I misquote myself, I'll follow up and provide an update at the next meeting to make sure I provide accurate information. I do know that there's discussions internally in regards to modifying the sidewalk ordinance, not necessarily pertaining to the idea that you just brought up, but I will forward that to the administration to see if that's legally viable. And I'm not sure if there were any other, yes, Councilman Patel.
To the council, is that something we can do legally? That have, when we sell a property, mandate that they have to build out the sidewalk?
Potentially. I'd have to do a little more research on it, but certainly something worth looking at.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I missed anything, I'll try to review the minutes and follow up at the next council meeting. I appreciate the understanding. Thank you. Sir in the back. Oh, did I not see you?
I was just going to ask, I was told that when the sidewalks got put in on my home on Grove Avenue, my father was assessed for it. And it was like added to his taxes, kind of like I pay for garbage. So I pay an additional, there was an additional fee that was added. But this is a long time ago. I think the township can still assess for improvements.
Certainly, I'm going to take a look at it further, get back to everybody.
Council President, I just want to make one comment. That's a possibility, and yes, we have that. You can borrow the money, you can charge the resident, we can bond all that stuff. But my point here is what Harish brought up is, olden days, the builder used to deposit the money into CDBG and getting the waivers, not putting the sidewalks. So I think this is the high time to look at all those waivers. If the money is already deposited, use that money and put the sidewalks. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, and apologize for not seeing you before. Sir?
Thank you. My name is Thomas Freck. I'm on Harrigan Street, which is right off of Fox. I have a couple of questions before I get into my main concern. Number one, we're talking about, I had just a general question. The $500,000 additional billing you were talking about, is that an additional $500,000, or was it originally 490 and now it's 500,000? I mean, that's a pretty big hit if you're having a change order for like $500,000. If it's an additional amount added on to what was basic, That's what I wanted to know. That's my question. Is the total, like you didn't even know $500,000 was coming, and now all of a sudden you have a change order for an additional expense, or is the original expense part of that $500,000? Second question. You're talking about traffic signs. I have a question on speed bumps. If you drive around the city, I see tons of speed bumps removed already. If you go Overton Avenue up through like to Aldi's now, they've all been removed. So I don't understand how somebody could actually say that they didn't realize that speed bumps are being taken out, because a lot of them have been taken out. Another question. In my neighborhood, 46 Foyer Street, my neighbor has been interested in finding out how she could go about getting access to go into the house for possible buying it. It's 100 by 100 property. No one knows, the original owners are still on the deed, not on the deed, but on the Edison records. We don't know. I do know now who owns the property, but we don't have any idea as far as getting any other information for my neighbor to possibly buy it or find out what the expenses are. And nobody in this town knows anything about 46 Foyer Street. Possibly it's in probation, because we do know that there was not a will left there, so that's an issue. But nobody knows any information on that property. The last thing is, if I have time, I'll talk about it right now. On 40, okay, there's under construction right now is ANJA at 225 Woodbridge Avenue, which is in Highland Park. Scheduled to open October 2023. If anybody knows anything about this is a marijuana dispensary. Supposedly, the parcel of land is Highland Park land, but given its proximity to Edison border, the location violates the Edison Cannabis Marijuana Ordinance. It appears Edison's concerns and rights have been disregarded. The ordinance was adopted to protect Edison residents from any marijuana stores 1,000 feet from their homes or within 1,000 feet of any house of worship. The pot location is 232 feet from the nearest Edison home and 475 feet from St. Teresa's on Fox Road. The complaint was sent to New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission, but they are unmoved. I don't understand that question when they say unmoved. And I'd like to see, my question is, are you aware of this ordinance? Is there something that you're talking about this, since it's scheduled to be opened in October? We are in a residential area in South Edison. I don't want to see this here, because I don't know what's going to bring in. And I think that's the most important thing.
Council Vice President.
Sir, are you done with all your questions? You have to ask all your questions.
I have just real quick. You're talking about dangerous intersections. If you look at Fox Road and Woodbridge Avenue, that's a very dangerous section too. It's really hard sometimes to make a left into Highland Park. And also, I'm a volunteer at the museum, Thomas Edison Museum at Menlo Park. The street by Christie Street and right by the museum, there's supposedly a stop sign there, but people just, they gun it. They have all these brand new cars, they're speeding across it. I do work in that property, and I always have to tell everybody going to the museum, and even myself, to watch the street, because people come up there, they don't see the stop signs. I don't understand why we don't do something to put more of an illuminated sign or something else. Other people have complained about this, so I want to know what's happening in this area of Christie Street, right by the Thomas Edison Museum. If they're changing this type of stop sign or looking into anything else. That's all my questions.
And I do apologize. I had to step aside.
That's all right.
So I personally missed. So I'm going to leave it to the guidance of.
Well, so
council.
I took the first few questions from him. To the business administrator about his question about the change order.
Answer that one.
Okay,
if you
all
want.
right, thank you.
Yes, it's an additional, your question was, is it what is the amount of the change order? The amount of the change order is $500,000.
That's outrageous. That's my, oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
for
sir,
not-
sir, there's no back and forth, but we're going to do our
Okay,
best to
yes,
answer
I'm
your
sorry.
questions.
I
okay?
apologize.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that was the first one.
All right, the next one was about the speed bumps, I believe?
Yes.
Okay, and that you've seen a lot of speed bumps removed.
Ovington Avenue is one.
Sir, sir, there's no back and forth. This is our opportunity to answer your
Right.
questions.
And you wanted to know how the administration doesn't know that so many speed bumps were removed. Was that your question? Okay. Anyone able to answer that? I don't know, Deputy Chief, if there's any way you can answer that question.
Councilwoman, I don't think it's a question of whether the speed humps have been removed, because clearly they have. I just don't know the status on replacement at this time. And as I mentioned earlier, this issue came up earlier in the evening. I will have a conversation with the administration, our traffic unit, and also engineering, and look at this issue and possible remediation moving forward.
Okay. I didn't quite understand the question about the 46. I didn't hear the name of this.
46 Foyer Street.
Sir,
I
can
can
address that one.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Sir, I'll do my best. I'm going to try to answer your question. If an individual is interested in private property, other than providing what we have in the tax office as far as tax records are concerned, the township doesn't have any other ability. If that individual doesn't want to give you a right of access or is interested in selling the property, as a role of government, we cannot intercede in anything that goes on private property to that effect. If there's code violations, that's something different. We can enforce the property code. But unfortunately, I understand what you're saying is the issue. The township really is in a position to help with something like that if the property owner is not being responsive to you, for your neighbor in the attempt to try to purchase the property. There's not much we can do.
Okay. I know I'm not supposed to go back and forth. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the last one that I had before Council President came back was about the cannabis dispensary
Yes.
in Highland Park that's bordering Edison, and we did receive an email on this today. Is there any more information about this situation, Council President?
Nothing on my regard. I was going to forward it, but then some things came up today, so I didn't get to it yet. I apologize.
Yes, they did document
Sir,
it. They did send it to you today.
Sir, there is no back and forth.
Council President?
Yes.
And in fact, I
Councilman
don't know
Couture.
how it landed to my mailbox. I did receive about A&J, that's the name of the company, 225 Woodbridge Avenue. If the Highland Park Council has adopted the ordinance, in fact, that's a clear violation of the rules that are set. The cannabis business cannot be opened within 1,000 feet, linear feet, regardless of the boundary of the town. So I'm not sure why they did not reach out to administration or the mayor. It's after fact, after it was adopted, it came to us. But I think through the council president, I would ask mayor's office to send them an email or request them, how come they approved without checking or without even sending that type of a request to this council or the mayor to approve, and then they can adopt it. Typically, that's what happens. If you go on the planning board or zoning board, if there are any other town boundaries are affected or impacted, they do send the correspondence to this body. And once this body acts on that or approves, then only they can adopt or they can approve the resolution. So I would request the council president or attorney to send that correspondence back to them.
Thank you. Any other comments in regards?
I had some
Thank you.
time. Can I just ask a simple
You're
question?
out of time, sir. That's it.
The 6 minutes has already elapsed. It will be afforded at the rebuttal time.
Well,
Or
I'll just
actually,
say,
if it's,
you
sir,
can move me in court.
please.
Council President, I just want to clarify, the property he's talking about for cannabis is in Highland Park, not Edison?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Shagun Oshin, 142 Hoover Avenue.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, I'll make it really short. I just wanted to add my voice to the calls for a vote for a public advocate. I can't make a more compelling argument than the one that Mr. Bassov made. But I do want to ask a question: that is the council really that powerless to speed things up when it comes to putting it to a vote or getting an ordinance? So Councilman Coyle says that he cares about this, and I'm sure a few of us care about this happening. If we care so much about it, how is it that we can't do anything to make it happen quicker? Councilwoman Freeman said that it might not happen soon. Are we really powerless to make it happen soon? So that's really what my question is, because it would be, to your point, Councilman Coyle, it would be using public funds to fight for the public. So I think if we can work to make it happen quicker, that'd be great. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And in regards, technically, any council member here has the opportunity to bring forward, if I can please, any council member has the opportunity to bring forward a motion to introduce an ordinance. They have that right, regardless of committee, no committee, regardless. I can't even speak on the ordinance because nothing has been provided to me. Nothing in regards to a draft, nothing in regards to an official ordinance produced by our attorney. I can't even tell you what details are in there. So does the council have the power, to your direct question? Yes, we can introduce it. Has that been brought forth in my aspect? Nothing has been brought forth to me. Councilwoman Freeman?
I mean, since you used my name, I would like to speak. And we can't make the lawyer move any quicker than he does. All right, so if they did their due diligence and the council people did the things they were supposed to do, I would have it in front of me right now voting. But as you know, silly season election time, that's why. That's the holdup on it. Like they say, we can bring anything forward, but I really can't bring it forward unless the lawyer vets it. Once they vet it, then I can bring it forward. There's no other way I can do that. So I want you to know that's what the hangup is.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Council
Vice President Harris?
Yes. To our attorney, is that true that if we do not get a timely response to the ordinance to be rewritten, redrafted by your firm, are we able to go ahead with the original, are we able to go ahead on our own with the original ordinances drafted by Mr. Bassoff?
Well, I'd have to say that, as I understand it, you met last week with.
No, it's been 2 weeks.
2 weeks ago,
yeah.
okay. So within the last 2 weeks, I'm certain that my law firm can do a review. You're certainly welcome, listen, you're certainly welcome to do something that's not legal. I wouldn't advise that. I think that it's always in your interest to have a legal review before you take action. As your counsel, I would always encourage you to do that. I think it's in the best interest of the township that you move with legal counsel. I'll commit to you that, I will speak with the Director of Law, Lou Ranone, to see where he is with his review. I don't know if a follow-up meeting's been scheduled with the subcommittee, but I will certainly speak with him and make sure that you get something very quickly. But I would strongly recommend that you pass something that's been vetted by counsel.
May I just follow up with that? To Councilman Brescher, do we have any further meetings scheduled right now?
No, we haven't, because we didn't have this draft. We did say, we did speak to the attorney. Mr. Bassoff was on the line, and we told him we were moving ahead with the ordinance, with his input or without it. So I think 2 weeks now is, a pretty decent time. And I really do expect him to get it to us, by next week. And at that point, I think we'd have a meeting just to see whether we all agree with it, or we don't. We might not agree with what the attorney is going to put forward to us. To be honest with you, some of the things might not work for us in the public, So until we get what he has, I don't know, but our intention is to put it up as soon as we can. And I'd really like to put it up before the election, just to show openness, transparency, not that we're trying to hide something to try and swing a vote or something like that, afterward. So our intention is to actually have it for the next meeting and put it up. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, I just want
Yes,
to,
Councilman Patil.
this is typically the way the government works. The subcommittee was formed. We had the additional members from the public. Team was able to put things quickly, bring the ordinances from the different towns that are already adopted. We compared them. We looked at pros and cons. We had an extensive discussion on what is best in the interest of the Edison residents. Of course, the position of this council, because we are not the lawyers, to protect the interests of the town, we typically go to the attorney to review, to make sure that there are no complications or no liability will be involved. This is to make sure we do our due diligence. That was the holdup, that's going back and forth, agreeing on what needs to happen, how it needs to be funded, what needs to be covered, all those nitty-gritty. I think we are close to the completion. It's just a matter of reviewing the legality of the language, and once it is there, I'm pretty sure it will come on the council dais. Having said that, this council every council member has an ability to bring any resolution or ordinance and move the motion as long as there is a second and vote. Nothing stops. But the same token, just realize that we are also regular citizens. We are not the lawyers. We would not put the township in the situation that there will be something, the township will be liable because of our actions. And that's the reason we go to the attorney, we seek the guidance, draft the ordinance in a legal way which can be enforced. With that, I think, not to bring the politics in a play, I will never give air to the political things. I'm pretty sure this council, once it is there, it will be given to the council president. The council president going to socialize among the council member, and that's how it will work out. But I'm pretty sure, forget about the election, it should come fairly soon. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Thank you. Thanks. Anyone else that wishes to speak for a first time? Yes, sir.
My name is Ross Del Conte. I live at 960 New Dover Road in Edison.
Thank you.
And I'm ashamed to admit this is the first time I've come into a council meeting in probably over 20 years. I've lived in this town since 1960. I live on New Dover Road. I've been on New Dover Road since New Dover Road was a dirt road. It was not paved. There were no sidewalks. The intersection of Wood Avenue and New Dover Road had a stop sign going from Edison into Colonia and back. Now it has a 4-lane traffic light with a left turn signal in all directions. This town has come a long way in the last 60 years. But I got to tell you guys, this is my first time coming here in a long time. I'm really disappointed with this council. These people are asking for public advocates to help them help you fix this town. And you don't want to spend our money for a public advocate. You feel like it's not the public's money to spend when they're asking for it. Right now, you are our public advocates. You are being paid to advocate for us. But apparently, you're not doing a good job because they're asking for public advocates. So seriously think about drafting something. If it's up to the attorney, let him look into it a little quicker. For God's sakes, you just spent $500,000 tonight in a blink of an eye. Was less than an hour after you guys got an email and you saw your way clear to spend $500,000. I'm not saying the $500,000 was not warranted, but get moving a little faster on this public advocate thing is very important, according to the people that are here tonight. There's lots of things that are spent in things that are money that's spent on things in this township that don't make any sense. Go to Inman Avenue with the intersection of Shamrock Way, and you've got 2 crosswalks to nowhere. They cross Inman Avenue and then come back. There are no sidewalks on the other side of Inman Avenue. Why are there crosswalks? When they repaved New Dover Road in front of my house, every intersection, there was a handicap access ramp put in houses that don't have sidewalks. Where did that money come from? And why was it spent? So let's look at allocating the money towards things that the township citizens need. Please, let's step it up here a little bit. I came here tonight to listen to something that was actually taken off the agenda, okay? But I knew about it before coming here, that it was no longer on the agenda tonight. But I said, I'm going to come here anyway, because I didn't want to come here the first time that it is on the agenda, having not been here in 20 years. But what I'm hearing tonight is ridiculous. And I implore you people, just look into the public advocate aspect and see if you can move along with it a little bit faster. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I do have one other thing, okay? The point of order. If I didn't intend on speaking tonight, but after everything I've heard, this water issue, the sidewalks, the multitude of things. If I didn't want to speak, but I believe the gentleman's still here, he was out of time. What's the problem with me allocating my 6 minutes so that he can continue on and doesn't have to rely on somebody else to bring his point to order? It's not wasting any more of your time. Another person came up and continued to speak. But I think it would be more beneficial for the council to have continued to listen to him as opposed to embarrassing him and making him sit down and letting somebody else finish his points. So if we want to yield our time to somebody else, we should be able to. What's the problem with that? Okay.
To address two of the items, particularly in regards to the crosswalks or the ramps to nowhere, as they're called. Oftentimes, if funding is received from a state resource, one of the requirements is that we have to have ADA ramps as part of the project. In my neighborhood in Clarebarton, there was one year where every corner had the same exact situation, but that was what I had found out. In regards to passing the time off, from a First Amendment and from a legal standpoint, I have to treat everyone with the same guidelines. So if I establish, and just for reference, our 6-minute guidelines is per our ordinance. That's where it comes up. It's not an arbitrary number that I just threw out. If you do for one, you have to do for all. And my understanding in regards to the passing off is that if I were to nitpick, then we get open to possible exposure to litigation because that's a First Amendment violation. So that's why I particularly try to adhere as much as possible to the guidelines established by ordinance. And if
Council President, you said it perfectly. We have to have rules that apply regardless of whether we like the speaker or we don't like the speaker. Everybody's has to be treated the same way. So there's fairness for everyone and that everyone gets a chance to speak. So that's why we've applied the rules across the board. If we don't do that and we pick who we like and who we don't and give certain people more time and other people not, you open yourself to a violation of the First Amendment.
I don't believe you're answering the question. May I speak?
And there's no back and forth, Council President.
I didn't say that. I just don't believe you're answering the question.
Respectfully, is there time still allowed?
Yeah. Okay.
I'll gladly stay after to discuss further, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Or if by chance, If you
Council
don't mind, just
President.
in case you have to leave, if you don't mind giving your information
No, I'll
to the
stay.
deputy clerk.
No, I'll stay.
Thank you. Yes.
I think he's, I could be wrong, but I think he was talking about in the manner in which the person was told to, to sit down. Even though you were correcting what you were doing, I think he's more concerned with the manner in which it's done. Like, bah, 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 bah. You know what I mean? I think that's what the issue is. I could be wrong.
And you are incorrect.
Just to,
and I'll speak
just
to
to
it.
be fair, and if I came off rude or inconsiderate, it was not my intention.
That was not what I was
Thank you.
implying.
Any other first-time speakers? Oh, sorry, Councilman Coyle.
Just, I can appreciate your first time coming here, and thank you for showing up to help Edison. And just listening to your question, and I'm just making a brief comment. We'd love to, throw hardship in certain directions, and I think what happened tonight is, we understand that person could speak longer, we'd love that. But if you're here every meeting across the year, it's a different, situation. And if we gave it to one, one person would speak for 6 people and have 60 minutes. So it's challenging where to balance the ball. That situation you're speaking of is understood completely. It's just that once you start it, you got to continue it for everybody. That means that person can yield their time around the room. And it can happen, and we can be here till 2 a.m. So it's just a matter of control, and it's the only option. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other first-time speakers? I would like to offer this because we still have council business to get to.
Right.
Can we motion to, since all the first-time speakers have spoken, so everything's fair, motion to return to the normal process of the agenda at the end, absolutely opening back up to the oral petitions for any rebuttals. Would that be?
Makes sense, Council President.
At that, yeah, can we, is there a motion for that?
Motion to close the public portion.
Second. You can just do all in favor. That's fine.
So we can do all in favor?
Yes, all in favor
Okay,
is fine.
so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The public portion is closed for the moment. It will reopen back up at the end in accordance with the agenda. Oh, sorry. Motion by Councilman Patil.
Yeah, you made a motion to. You were the second? You were the second, right? I'm sorry, Councilman Patel. Yes, he did.
All right. 19, approval of minutes. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris.
Oh, but, I have to abstain from August 21st. Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that.
With the
Okay.
abstention noted. 20, approval of volunteer firefighters. Can I get a motion?
Motion to,
Oh, go ahead.
motion to approve.
Second?
Motion by Councilman Patil, seconded by Council Vice President Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Council President remarks. I will keep it brief. Happy anniversary to my wife. 10 years. 22, unfinished business. Ordinances for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance.
Ordinance adds a no parking zone overnight from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. to Kilmer Court.
This is unfinished. At this time, I'd like to open it up to the public in regards to this ordinance. Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close public portion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Or any opposed? Motion passes. Public portion is now closed. Can I get a motion on the ordinance?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, seconded by Councilman Patel. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. Ordinance 2190. Madam Clerk, please read.
An ordinance amending Chapter 11, General Licensing and Business Regulations by creating subsection 11-38, vendor and activity fees for township sponsor events, amended to include EID.
At this time, I'd like to open up to the public for any comments on the ordinance. Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close public portion?
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Public portion is closed for the ordinance. Can I get a motion?
Makes a motion to approve.
Second?
Motion by Councilwoman Schiff Freeman, seconded by Council Vice President Harris. Any councilor comments? Which I apologize, I forgot on the last one. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes. Oh, yes. Almost
Council
went to
President
sleep.
Pointer.
Yes. 23, new business, proposed ordinances for public hearing set down for Wednesday, October 11th, 2023. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance.
Ordinance adds a residential parking zone to a section of Central Avenue.
Can I get a motion on the ordinance? My apologies.
Motion to approve?
Motion.
I'm sorry, motion to introduce, I'm sorry. I forgot. I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set up down for, is that October 11th? October 11th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, second by Councilman Patel. Any council comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. Ordinance 2192. Madam Clerk, please read.
Bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by the Township of Edison, appropriating $20,450,000, therefore authorizing the issuance of $19,470,250 in bonds or notes of the township to finance their part four of.
I move this ordinance to be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set down for Wednesday, October 11th, 2023.
Before proceeding, can I just point of, sorry.
Second.
So there's a motion by Councilman Patel, second by Council Vice President Harris. Any council comments? If I can, just for a point of clarification, because the ordinance originally had failed, is this going to require 2 public hearings technically?
No, we are starting over, in essence. This is a first reading. There will be a public hearing on this bond ordinance on October 11th.
Understood. Thank you. Any other council comments?
So what he's saying, this the same ordinance that we had before?
This is not the same ordinance.
Or
This
you took something out? You
this-
took
the,
one?
all of the broadband elements have been removed from this ordinance.
No, I just said it's basically the same ordinance, but this one thing removed. Okay.
It was swapped out with a park improvement line item, just to be clear. And Councilman Brusher?
Yes, Council President Wright, I did want to look at this. Did they leave all the financing for the cars in there? Because I believe that this council, that we should have a list of the cars and who has them and, why we're replacing cars. Because the public have said to me that during the day, they drive to Edison Township and they think that we're like a car dealership because there's so many vehicles already, here during the day, and they would expect them to be out. So could we just get a list of all the cars and, who has them to show the need for the additional cars that I see listed?
What we're working on with DPW is a fixed asset inventory for you. And the cars are included in this bond ordinance.
Right, that's my point. I mean, can you give us that before you give,
We'll give you a list of the vehicles.
Yes, thank you.
Any other council comments?
Yep.
Thank you. Any other council comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
Abstain.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes for introduction.
Councilmember Freeman.
No.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. Motion passes. Ordinance 2193. Madam Clerk, please read.
An ordinance amending Chapter 7 Traffic subsection 33 speed limits to set the speed limit of Grove Avenue between Monroe Avenue and Marlin Avenue East at 25 miles per hour.
Can I get a motion?
I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set down for October 11th, 2023.
Seconded.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, seconded by Councilman Patil. Any council comments?
Council President,
Councilwoman Shiv Freeman.
I would like us to, like I told you, from Inman Avenue all the way back up to where it starts there on, what's that street? Amboy Avenue in Metuchen. I would like that we look to amend it to cover that whole section so it won't be up and down, back and forth, so it just be even all the way throughout the town. Like you won't just speed up at one section and have it, because starting from Metuchen is 25 miles an hour, because I ride that street, because that's the little skinny street you take to get to the north side of town. And I thought it would be good to just have the 25 miles per hour, like throughout our whole section of town.
Councilwoman, are you making a motion?
Yes,
Okay, so it's a motion to amend, Council President.
to amend that, if
It's
it's possible.
to amend to cover the entire length of
Grove Avenue.
Okay.
Can you give the cross streets again, Councilwoman?
The streets, I shouldn't, if that's considered Metuchen, where Edison starts at, well, it's on Amboy Avenue to all the way to Inman Avenue. Or that street, Woodbridge Avenue.
No.
Or it starts right by the school there.
Adams, from just before the Adams.
Yes, it starts right by, I don't know if it's,
We're going to need the exact
all right,
cross street.
what's the name of that street that is there at Eggert's?
No, Eggert-
JFK, what's the name of that street for JFK?
Clive Hill.
James Street.
Council President?
I'm sorry, James Street.
There is a little complexity. The reason is because some portion is Edison, some portion is Metuchen. If you have to amend this ordinance, I think, we need to consult with the traffic department to see that, what portion is required. Otherwise, we are just throwing something. That's what I propose, that we can always enhance or extend this ordinance when this goes.
Councilman, if I may make a legal recommendation here.
Yes.
I think Councilman Patil's thoughts are right on point. We
Yes,
should go to the
yes.
we should get traffic's input on this. My recommendation is look to introduce this ordinance this evening with the opportunity that traffic will come back and make some recommendations to the governing body.
Absolutely,
If that's
absolutely.
okay, so you
I-
withdraw your
yeah.
motion at this point?
No, I'm withdrawing it
Okay,
because
okay,
I
thank
agree
you.
with him, because what he said is the street is murky from Metuchen to Edison.
I appreciate the
Thank you,
the
Councilwoman.
understanding.
Yes.
So the motion on the amendment is withdrawn. There was a motion to introduce
And seconded.
Yes.
and seconded. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Councilman Coyle?
The Grove Street ordinance.
Street speed limit.
How do you vote, sir?
Okay, I'm sorry, I had to get something. Yes, sir.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. At this time, I'd like to open it up to the public for comment on the resolutions only. Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Coyle, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public comment on the resolutions is now closed. At this time, I'd like to ask the council members if there are any resolutions to poll for a separate vote.
Councilman Brescher, if you want.
Yes.
We'll start
Council
down here.
President, I have 562 and that new one. That's it.
Yeah, so the
Be 566,
Turf
maybe?
change order is going to be resolution 566-09023, and the fees fees.
Councilman Brescher, you said 562, and what was the other one you mentioned?
Now, I'm going to say it's 566.
Gotcha.
It's the change order.
Change order, gotcha,
And
okay.
then R 567-092023 is going to be the resolution setting the park fees.
Gotcha.
That
It's
is,
for the showmobile.
that's the 567.
Anything else to pull, council members?
566.
Yes,
Yep.
we have that one.
All right.
That's pulled.
Hold on. Hold on, so 562, 566, Councilman McCoyle, any items to pull for separate?
Council President, I'm also asking to pull for a separate vote 562, but at your consideration, if you would table it, I'm open just to review this over the next 2 weeks and put it back up on the next council meeting for more clarification.
Why don't we pull it for a separate vote? If there's a motion to table it at that point, then we can make the motion then. Council Vice President Harris,
None, sir.
Councilman Patel,
558.
558. Councilman Patil,
None, sir.
Councilwoman Freeman.
That's it.
None for myself. So the consent agenda will consist of resolutions 541 through 557, 559 through 561, 563 through 565, and 567, leaving 558, 562, and 566 for separate votes. Any final items to pull? Hearing none, can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion for the consent agenda?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patel, seconded by Council Vice President Harris. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. 558, Councilman Patel.
I just wanted to make a comment that I'm really excited that we are moving forward on the website. I truly believe that it is an underutilized asset that the town has. We can use it to communicate with the residents for the upcoming events, many of the source of truths, and make it more convenient for the residents to do a lot of the tasks that they have to come in for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comments? For myself, I think that I agree with the comments that my colleague just mentioned. It provides great opportunity to have a good user interface where the information will be more easily accessible, which may help with broadening out items such as the veteran item that my colleague to my right had mentioned about just understanding or having the information available. Thank you. Is there a motion regarding 558? Yes.
My only thing, I'm good with information like that, but I think that when we do things of that matter, we should hold classes also for the public, especially for, different communities to, we've been buying 2 tons of stuff, so we can afford a couple of laptop computers to probably go in the senior center and go to some other places for people to learn from that, from the website, once we get the website.
Oh, okay.
I did have a
So I'm talking
follow-up
about the website consulting.
to business administration. What kind of request are we making? I do want to make sure that our website is translated to various languages that the residents speak, because a lot of the residents only speak certain languages. So I think having that ability would make the users of the website much appealing.
It's my understanding part of the website development that the Google Translator is on there. It's an automatic feature, so but if there's any particular language that is not, certainly we can address that with the vendor.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? Is there a motion in regards to Resolution 558?
Motion to adopt?
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, seconded by Councilman Patel. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. Resolution 562, Councilman Brescher, Councilman Coyle.
Yes. This just, listen, when you do the math, this seems like the containers cost twice as much as what they should have cost. And even if it was competitively bid, I'm not even disagreeing with that. But sometimes you throw out the bid and you rebid it, But a simple Google search will show you that nobody else on the planet is paying this much for a container. So that's why I wanted it pulled for a separate vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Coyle?
Council President, I was just, rather than have a vote, I was offering to request through you to have a table just for 2 weeks.
Would you like to put a motion to table?
Sure. Council President, have a motion to table?
Absolutely. Please, right.
Seconded.
So, motion to table by Councilman Coyle, seconded by Councilman Patil. So a yes would be to pull it from the agenda, no would be to keep it on.
Yes, and I believe the specific motion was for a 2-week tabling. Is that correct?
Yeah, just for the next agenda.
Until the next meeting. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes to table.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes, to table.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes to table.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes to table.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes to table.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. 562 has been tabled. 566, Councilman Brescher and Councilwoman Ship Freeman.
Right. Like with this one here, it was pointed out that we do have some documentation, right? But we didn't have the time to review it. That's why I was asking to table it. But what becomes more alarming is when you look at the description of the soil for what they found now, that now requires mediation. But when you look at their initial study that they did in 2022, it's the same soil. So it's like we did a study of the soil. It was determined that we needed to do X to build this field. And now we have the same conditions. The only difference that I see in the thing here is now they found some small branches. Now, when we say small branches, I be a couple branches. Those fields have been down there for, 20, 30 years. So most of it would have had to have been rotted and gone. And I think if we walked out there while they do this excavation, I don't think we're going to see 2 tons of branches. So in other words, what was originally designed and stated is what they see now, but now we're going to upgrade it. So I don't see where the engineer didn't make a mistake on this and should be held accountable for it. Moving forward, I don't think this should be tabled. This should be voted no by the rest of my colleagues to watch out for the taxpayers and our money and vendors that aren't doing their job, in my mind here. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ship Freeman?
Well, just like someone stated earlier, they said, we can just do money in a blink of an eye if it's something, that we want going on. And I just feel like this is pressure, just like when I seen like the library, I see I see people being pressured into making quick decisions. And I don't think it should be about pressure. I think that we should be better in charge of the money of our community. And I'm not even saying no. I'm just saying I abstain because I just need a little more time to read at all. I don't want to throw anything out. I just want to just give me a little time and let me read stuff because I feel better because then someone will say, I made an educated decision about something. I didn't just go willy-nilly and go, hey, let's move ahead. All right? That's my only objection to that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councilman Patel.
So I just have a few points on this. This contractor has clearly tried to save the town both time and money at his cost, as the legal counsel put it. It may be debatable as to who will be responsible for this delay if we do delay this. And I don't believe that us tabling can be considered a weather-related delay. And I believe we will be liable for delaying this project and holding the contractor essentially for 2 weeks to not do anything. A decision, I feel, for this particular project is quite simple. An expert that we hired is telling us that if we don't do this, if we don't perform this soil to make it more, increase the integrity of the soil, we will essentially risk the $4 million that we're investing into this project. If our expert that we hired is telling us this, I think we should move forward with it. I do agree with Councilman Brusher that if this should have been found out earlier last year, then we should hold the engineering's insurance, and we should litigate this and get the money back. But I don't believe we should hold this project while we do this. Let's move forward. Let's get the field that we need. Let's save the $4 million project. And once this is all done, we can go back and litigate the situation and figure out, hey, did the engineering make a mistake? Then yes, let's have the insurance pay for this, and we'll take care of it then. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Just a question on my end. Were other items found during the excavation during this project?
Yes, and particularly an engine, not just branches.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Brusher.
Yeah, when they removed that engine, the stone to fill that hole, and the extra compaction, it's probably worth about $4. So, I mean, I don't want to mislead the public. Like, this is a big thing. You typically do find stuff when you dig in towns like this. I don't know who they have out there watching it. I don't believe, well, we have the engineers watching it, right? Again, it's the fox watching the chicken coop. We've talked about this. Right, I find this totally disgusting, but you continue, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes,
Councilman, just
Fiscal?
want to ask the question, because now I heard that the engine was found. Does that mean that there are more things under the ground and we need the contamination clearance or any of those things? I don't know who can answer that.
The engineer, I'm sure, can answer that, but as far as we know, we haven't dug anymore, so, and we've done what we needed to do as far as the boring, so it's done.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, sir?
My only the last question is
sorry,
with the
Councilman.
attorney, knowing the situation, because this is a big project, it's a $4 million. I agree with my council colleagues, both the sides. I'm listening carefully. Is there a way to litigate and get the money back from the engineering or from the contractor in case we move forward with this?
We will review the matter. We will certainly review it. I can't say, as I sit here with you right now, whether or not there was any mistakes by our engineers at all. If that's something, we will do our due diligence to look at that, to see if in fact anything was done, and we'll report back to you on that.
Okay. If I get that assurance, then I'll be happy to support this because I really want to move the project forward. But if there is a way to recoup this money back, whoever it is, whether it's a contractor or it's an engineer or whoever it is who has probably not looked into the details before accepting this, I'll be happy to support this.
May I ask Lori one question? Are we in dire straits? Because it seems like every time there's a project, everybody comes out and we have to have it now. We have to have it today, no matter what it is. I feel like we're in dire straits every time. Everybody's running like the sky is falling. The sky is falling if we don't jump at that particular time. Because I've seen this incident happen too much. I watched a board meeting the other night, the library. If you don't do this now, this is going to happen. Everything I keep looking at is just that you don't do it now, whatever. It's a bad feeling to always feel like we're in dire straits to get something done because I don't like stuff done like really quick because we get bad products from that. I can take you to the Minnie Beville building from years ago because we keep rushing. We got too many irons in the fire. We're not taking our time looking at things. And what I want done is that we never have to repeat the things that we're doing right now, that we do them in such good quality that the next generation won't have to spend again. That's my only problem. I just want to know, why are we always in dire straits?
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I think I think we've made a clear case tonight on on the necessity of this project and the specifics of it. I'm sorry that you feel that that's
No,
always
this
happening.
is not just
but-
the only project.
Yeah, I know,
Every
but
time I turn around,
yeah.
this is the project, and every time I seen around, I just see there's a shovel in the ground, but I never see, anything. I just see there's a shovel in the ground, and if you don't get that done right now, the whole world's gonna fall apart, and that's, I just don't like that whole.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? For myself, again, because my agenda, I own up to it. Based on the information that was presented to me, I feel that the structural integrity of the field is at risk with delaying. I understand how everything has played out, not an ideal situation, but with the information presented to me, this is what we have. I feel that delaying it the extra 2 weeks without knowing what the weather may negatively impact the ground that's currently there. And until you do the excavation aspect, is one of those items that, to me, is an unforeseen condition. We talked about, or it was mentioned about making sure that things are done right. I think that this will assist in making sure that this field is done right so that it has the longevity that we expect it to have. Thank you.
Council President, motion to adopt 566.
I have a question for Council President. And this goes back to the necessity, right? And my council colleague at the other end, many times during the year, we've had emergencies. We have so many emergencies, and the emergencies are because the administration is not doing their job in a timely manner. Can you tell me how many times we've added something to this agenda, like the last minute, since you've been council president? If we can get a number on that, because this seems like a regular occurrence, like my council colleague at the other end is saying. And there's that old saying that, your neglect is not my emergency. So we need to be cognizant about that. Thank you.
I'll get you that, I'm sure. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Can I get a motion on the resolution?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, seconded by Councilman Coyle. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Abstaining, not enough time to understand stuff.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. This time I will open it back up for oral petitions and remarks. This is in regards to rebuttals only. Any second time? So I'll offer, but just,
Can I refer the rules, or would you like me to do that? Or you got it? Sure. If I could just point of clarification for the public, a rebuttal must be, as the council president has said previously, a rebuttal must be in opposition to a statement that was made by another member of the public. That is the only proper rebuttal. If the rebuttal is not a proper rebuttal, you'll be called out of order.
Attorney, what about like a statement made by a council member or the administration?
No, it has to be a member of the public. That is the proper rebuttal.
any,
You can close. Yeah, you can close.
second,
Sir, you're out of order. You can't yell out.
I don't. No, we're not going to go into this. So
Council President,
can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Public portion is now closed. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patel, seconded by Council Vice President Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? This meeting stands adjourned.